Oh, shit. I think I turned the light off in my kitchen. Fuck. Be right back. Nope. Is the camera frozen? Oh. You can see me updating all throughout the multiverse. All right. Whew. What a cute start that we had here today. Look at this cutie. Doesn't get much better than that, huh? Oh. All right. Let's see if I can get all this going here. Okay. I need to adjust where this camera mount is, and also for the lights, like right down here. I promise you that it is perfectly level across both of these places. Like that. That is level, but just the amount of shit that I have on this side compared to this side makes that look not level. Or somebody had messaged me saying I should adjust the lights to make it look even on both sides. Look at the fuzzy. They aren't even, but the shit that I have on top of them makes it look uneven. Here, yeah, we can do this and get rid of the timer. Look at the fuzzy. What's up, Acid Rain? Here, I can also do this and put myself on this, I think. Maybe? Yeah, there we go. There I am. Here, I can even just add, we can do NPR this way. Let's do NPR this way. Just add NPR to this. Boom. How are you? Happy Tuesday. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, instead of putting the cat and me all tiny in the corner, you can just jump straight into the news like this.
This message comes from NPR sponsor VCU Massey Comprehensive Cancer
Trying to get
Center,
Discord to work
who,
with my
as an
interface?
NCI.
Well, actually, to that point too, sorry for being a little bit late in my start for anyone who actually follows my schedule. I usually try to start around 7 or 7:30 most nights, Pacific time. But today we had an update to this, our wavelink. I don't know if that's big enough for you to even see this. But this is my wavelink for my Elgato Wavelink 3. And it changed all of my input settings. Like I had to reset up this aux input, which runs into all of my OBS and everything. So I hope Discord can work with your interface. But if you have any questions or want to dive in on diagnostics, here, in fact, I'll make sure I am in my stream. Oh, we also got an update earlier. Shit. I have some Discord messages I need to go through. Oh, you run a cloud PC? Well, even then, I imagine that the drivers and some of the things you're setting, even if you're virtualizing, like I VM most of my setups for my all my Linux server stuff, like all the servers that I'm running. But if you're running it as a shadow, you should still like the outputs and stuff. What's a shadow ghost? Ooh. Shadow ghost PC? Getting started with shadow ghost. Ooh, this is new to me. I always love learning about new things. Oh, so you're running a shadow box. So it's basically like a fully virtualized. Okay, so this is similar to basically where you're running. Yeah, you're running a fully virtualized system. Yeah, so with that, it's probably a couple of extra steps, but outside of that, like the drivers for it should be actually similar to the way that I'm running my setup, especially for a lot of the stuff I have since I'm virtualizing, or I'm running a bunch of just containers that host most of my, like I'm virtualizing even the hardware information for a lot of my systems. Been with for over 5 years. That's awesome. Yeah, I imagine at that point it starts to add up and get pretty close to the cost of like an actual full hardware build out. which is what I was doing actually before I built and cobbled together the server that I'm running through a ton of, parts that I acquired through a bunch of different places on a small ARM machine. Can't afford 3K plus. Yeah, mine didn't end up costing that much, but I obviously built it over time with a bunch of parts that I found piecemeal through a ton of different places, and even some that were like giveaway kind of things. But yeah, this is pretty cool. So I imagine you're running into some of the similar issues that I have with, even for what I have right here. I don't know if you can actually see this because I have the cat in full view. Been broke until last year. I mean, yeah, I'm still kind of broke, which is part of what motivated me to start streaming last September. But a lot of I'll just even go to my settings because this isn't going to dox me or anything too much here. But what I have under my settings, I don't know if you can read that because it's super small with the cat. Here, I can do this to make this easier. Let's do this. Put the cat and me in the top. Yeah, if you're on your phone, it's probably impossible to read. So here. So what I'm doing is doing like a pass through where I'm basically linking my actual mic to this auxiliary mic, which should be functioning as the actual output. And then I mute myself in terms of output for my monitor mix. So I could do a separate stream mix, or I've started playing around with this, or the reason that exists, as well as additional channels, which I've removed most recently, is to start figuring out how to do audio pass through for like Spotify or other things if I want to start playing music. I'm a nerdy dude. But yeah, it's really where I now have, if I show this, I have so many different driver inputs and things that I can choose, or all these virtual inputs and things as well, where that I imagine is probably part of your problem with Discord, because I not only had to make sure my Discord worked, but made sure that all of the inputs that were set up for my OBS were also mapping, because even after I updated my stream link, I had to then update here. Let's see if I can show this. Yeah, I had to update the actual wave link for my input for OBS, which is what I'm using obviously to talk right now and stream, to the stream output for my Elgato Wave 3, which is also tied to my voice mod, which has this, which is something I can also, which is technically a virtual output, but is read as an input. Yeah, that can be super frustrating. But if you ever do want to hop in, or even if you don't have audio, do a stream on Discord, I'm happy to dive in on any of that with you or anyone else. I actually love learning about some of this stuff, and this is actually pretty interesting. I've never done a full hosted VM. Well, I guess I have technically for Minecraft a long time ago, but I didn't use that for hosting. And I wonder what the latency is like. Actually, I'm now kind of curious, or I have a lot of questions as to what the latency would be like, even for input, if you were trying to play, say, something, like Sifu, or shooters, or even Fortnite or things like that. Can't figure your output myself. Definitely message you. Well, you're always welcome. And you've been in here long enough. You should know how to find my Discord, which I just joined, and I think I'm in. Yeah, I'm in now. Okay. NPR.
A designated comprehensive cancer center in the country's top 4% is unconditionally committed to keeping loved ones in their lives. MasseyCancerCenter.org/comprehensive.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Shay Stevens. Pro-Palestinian protesters are ending their encampment at Columbia University. Police in riot gear have cleared an academic building on campus that had been occupied since...
I already gave you a follow, actually. Just to show. I already followed you. Oh, I'm sorry to hear about your mom.
Last night. As NPR's Ryan Mann reports, officers have also arrested dozens of protesters.
The demonstrators who've gathered in enormous numbers outside Columbia University say they're outraged by what the NYPD and Columbia University officials have done in using this enormous police presence with the riot gear to clear away the crowd. There have been a lot of people detained, and a lot of these students are still staying here. They're still chanting. but clearly an enormous force of NYPD pushing them back and taking control of this campus again.
NPR's Brian Mann in New York. Other encampments remain in place on campuses across the U.S. and at American University of Beirut. Meanwhile, officials at Brown University in Rhode Island say they've made a deal with student protesters to vote on their demand to divest from companies doing business with Israel.
Used to live in New York, my home state. Wonderful live freaking cell phone keyboard. No, totally. Don't worry about it. I'm good at discerning and reading through the mistypes or autocorrects. But New York and the upper Northeast are actually some of the only states, so I've talked about this on a few streams, that I have not visited. I visited most of the Southeast, pretty much all of the South, pretty much most of the Northwest and North, and I currently live in the Southwest and was born in the Midwest. So I've visited, over 35 states, and they're, wait, LA as in like Los Angeles, where I live, or LA as in like Louisiana? Gotcha. That's cool. Don't need to dox yourself too much if you don't want to respond to all that. But yeah, upper Northeast. Long Beach? Oh, well, that's not super close, but also not super far from where I am. With traffic, it's a pain in the ass, but realistically, not that far from where I live, because I'm, basically just south of LAX, which is a lot of fun. And I love this area. Having moved here, especially from Kansas, I really, really enjoy this region and this area a lot. It's a lot of fun. Or it can be. It has its downsides, but it definitely can be a lot of fun.
A bipartisan group of mayors traveled to Capitol Hill today to call on the government to make it easier for veterans to access housing vouchers. As NPR's Laura Walmsley reports, the mayors say homelessness is their top issue, even in smaller cities far from the coasts.
Nearly 50 mayors spent the last 2 days pressing lawmakers on housing issues, particularly those affecting veterans. Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass said that those who've defended our country should never be left to sleep outside. But under current rules, VA benefits can make veterans ineligible to receive housing vouchers designed specifically for them.
In many cities around our country, we actually have vacant units and unused vouchers for veterans because of technicality of including their income.
The most recent government count found more than 35,000 homeless veterans in the U.S. Laurel Walmsley, NPR News, Washington.
U.S. stocks tumbled today as investors turned cautious ahead of the Federal Reserve's decision on interest rates. The Dow Jones Industrials fell more than 500.
No one should be homeless. So what they were just talking about, not just vacant places, but let's just talk about within the U.S., because this isn't even something that is unique to the United States. But approximately 10% of the housing's inventory in 2022, these numbers haven't changed significantly, at least from some of the most recent data, remained just completely vacant. And as we've seen more, private equity and venture firms buying up houses, you look at vacant housing units in the United States, it did dip a little bit after the pandemic or mid-pandemic when some of these were going down. Oh, yeah. I mean, even if you look just here, not only in California, but you look at across the United States, and especially in areas throughout Texas or areas that are starting to boom, there are whole subdivisions that have been bought up by private equity firms in places that many of which have been relisted, usually at 10 to 20% profits minimum, which I get in some cases doesn't cover a whole lot of profit unless you're talking about large volume, which is what I think a lot of them are going for. But you still have tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands. Like this number right here from the Census Bureau is in thousands of units. And as of the most recent data, 15,283. Oh, whoops, you can't see my calculator. 15,283 times 10,000 is 152 million units. That's crazy. And again, 15,283. That's a crazy number of vacant units. And if you look at number of homeless in the United States, we can even just go directly to our .gov references for this if people don't want to trust other data on this. Homelessness and food insecurity are solvable problems. Like, this is stuff that's been out for a really long amount of time. And even if you want to use like the lowest estimates from 2020 in terms of 13,876, oh, this is thousands of units. I'm sorry. So we need to divide by 10 here. 15,283,000, thousands, not tens of thousands. So even at its most recent numbers, 15,283, 15,283 open units currently. And this is housing inventory too. So these are usually considered single or multifamily homes, not just apartments and condos, although condos do factor into some of that as well. It gets a little complicated when you look at how it's referenced, but these aren't just like apartments in large apartment complexes. These are what are usually classified in some cases as homes. So condos, duplexes, single family homes, multifamily dwellings. But when you look at the actual numbers of those who are homeless or chronically homeless, we're talking about those in the hundreds of thousands. And there are issues with this type of reporting in the data where it's often underreported. So you see a lot of government figures that are a little bit higher. But even if we say there are 1.25 million unsheltered, or, those who have had some form of homelessness or who are unhoused right now, we're talking about like being able to solve this problem even if we divided this by 10. So even if we just took a tenth of the current vacant structures and vacant units that we currently have just here in the United States, these numbers actually get crazier when you look at it globally, especially if you start factoring in areas like China, which have tens of thousands of just completely not only vacant units, but units that are continually being demolished due to overdevelopment, which is also a more recent problem. But keeping on track here, homelessness or the unhoused problem is a solvable problem in the US. And I get that there's a lot of concerns about like what do you do? Do you just pay all of these companies or all of these venture firms and private equity firms that have bought up a lot of these houses, these absurd or kind of insane rates that they want, since in many cases they've purchased these homes and then jacked up the prices to try to profit off of a lot of the rising rent inflation that we've been seeing here too. I don't know that that's fully the answer. Do you demolish some of these areas to build large multifamily dwellings or large, areas like are being proposed even in areas that we've been talking about here in Southern California to provide large amounts of, dwellings that can be low cost or fit into some of the benefit structures and things that companies and states do pay into in order to help house some of these individuals. I don't know if that's all the right answer, but when people say we have a housing shortage or it's an inventory problem or that people are being priced out due to low inventory, that is so incorrect. No data actually seems to support that. In fact, when you look at the data, even here, I get that we started off with a slight overrepresentation of the numbers, but even if we not only get back to accurate numbers based on most recent housing inventory estimates for vacant housing units, which again, as of Q1 2024, 15,283, these metrics are in the thousands of units times 1,000. 15,283 vacant units. It's crazy. And then the same thing when we talk about food insecurity and we look at food waste. And we're just going to do this in America too, because when you start talking globally, it gets insane here as well. 161 billion worth of food. 133 billion pounds. Most recent estimates. And that's just from retail and like grocers. When you talk about food waste from people who actually purchase food and then don't use it, which I myself am guilty of sometimes, I've gotten to having a pretty strict diet and mostly things that aren't easily perishable unless I'm doing like active cooking. And even then had, maybe overspent on some things like the meal service items. I'm forgetting the name of it, even though I just got emailed about doing a promo with them. Oh, this is going to be bad. Promotion. Food. Yeah, so Stream Elements actually just gave me a sponsorship option to to do this, which maybe I should take up. HelloFresh. Yeah, I just got this relatively recently. Start the year off fresh. What happens if I open this up here? I don't know if I can open this up without doxing myself, but we'll see. It might ask me to sign in. It is going to ask me to sign in. Shit. Well, you probably saw a bunch of people doing some of these things, because basically what they wanted to do was start this campaign, which I'll just open up like this. It was like, get sponsored by HelloFresh. Have a fun time cooking. Add a fun cooking theme to your stream. Technically, I did some cooking stuff before all this. Yeah, no one could see anything earlier, but you should be able to see it now, which was really like, you know, basically just start pitching HelloFresh. The other one that I just got the sponsorship stuff is for Factor 75. And that I just got even on April 10th, so relatively recently. I'll show the same thing here. Hey, Jay Vicarian, join the Factor 75 campaign and earn up to $2,900. Basically, just pitch a lot of these pre-made meals. But why this is important and I think useful to highlight is because we constantly talk about, like, how do we solve the housing crisis? How do we solve those who are unhoused or the state of homelessness? And when you look at even overestimations of some of this data, not just those who are actually, you know, reporting some of this, which as of most recently, 421,000, but the estimations of the amount of people who are experiencing homelessness, 1.25, or even its highest estimates, 1.29 million. It is significantly lower than all of the government data and census data that we have on the number of vacant housing units in the US. So when people constantly talk about large areas like even LA or San Francisco or Chicago or places where you have large amounts of unhoused individuals, you also have some of the largest numbers of vacant housing units. So all the talk about rezoning districts or multifamily dwelling, or you were looking at my bubble? What bubble? Oh yeah, it bubbled up a lot when we were playing Fortnite. And I still don't know if that's actually going to go down or not. But what pisses me off when there's a lot of this information is you hear about like NIMBYs or like the not in my backyard, like NIMBY meaning people who vote against multifamily housing and things like not in my backyard kind of bullshit. I totally get that this is a problem, but what is a larger problem is the institutional investment and the capitalistic kind of monopolization of housing that has happened in just the last 20 or 30 years. Like if you look back even 15 or 20 years ago, there was not a lot of private equity investment in housing. There weren't companies like Zillow and Redfin and those who've backed them and venture capital firms and private equity firms buying up not only tens of thousands, but hundreds of thousands of homes. Like Zillow home purchasing is all we're gonna Google. Because when you look at the news about some of this information, like there is tons of stuff that shows like how, oh, well, that's kind of interesting in and of itself. The top links are all Zillow things and even offering 1% down payment loan programs. But what has been more recent news about this is them slamming the brakes on this, which I think is interesting, is not showing up. Let's do site AP. Oh, I think I have to do it like this. Interesting. I'm not going to go down the conspiratorial route here. Let's just do Zillow homes. Maybe I'm getting too specific with my search. Oh, I wonder if they also just somehow scrubbed a lot of the information about their home purchase program failing. Zillow home purchases. This is kind of crazy, actually. So there was a lot of data that was previously easily available. Resist the urge to chaos. Okay, so that's GeekWire. And we see CNN. I wonder what happens if I Google this instead. We're using DuckDuckGo right now. but I am just genuinely curious. People are full of shit. Them bastards. What's the one I saw that gives a good home? Oh, it's like leasing a house, some green company. Their logo, they do a big advertising. They were like kicking people out. Well, what's funny is all of these things right now are like positive articles about Zillow. And not their failure. Like Zillow home buying failure is literally one of the top results when I search this. And here we go. When you type failure in, I guess I should have just followed the search guidance. You see Zillow reports an $880 million loss on failed home flipping business. Ended up losing nearly $530 million overall, with the bulk of losses coming since its shut down Zillow Offers, which was responsible for the majority of Zillow's income, $6 billion of the $8.1 billion it generated, but none of its profits. Here, let's go back. I am curious if I just type this. Weird. So this is linking to a lot of old articles, but not about the shutdown if you just do Zillow Offers. Well, I'm not going to put a full tinfoil hat on here, but it is interesting to see that this is all positive news. Let's do shutdown. Yeah, so I guess this now gives us back to real data. This page no longer exists. Oh, Zillow is trying to scrub the internet of their failures. That is hilarious. I mean, it doesn't get that much clearer than that. This page no longer exists. Anyways, you have lots of companies and private equity firms and people buying up, let's just lowball this based on the data that is available here, hundreds of millions of dollars worth of homes. That didn't happen 20 years ago. These companies didn't exist 15 or 20 years ago. But on top of that, you also have, from a private equity standpoint and investor standpoint, even things that tie into pension programs and pension funds buying up and investing in large amounts of real estate, or even like development of large amounts of single family home real estate, little boxes on the hillside kind of places that could be multifamily dwellings or larger condo or apartment kind of complexes, and still have a large number of those as vacant houses because they're hoping that as the economy rebounds, more people will start to pay some of these higher prices, especially in up and coming or developing areas just outside of LA, just outside of San Diego, just outside of Austin, Texas, just outside of even places like Kansas City. And it's crazy that then when you start asking people about why housing has not only risen so much relative to the cost of living, like we'll just do housing versus inflation. Like this is the kind of stuff, well, we'll go straight from whitehouse.gov. Because like this is the kind of stuff that Zillow observed rent index. I love that that's an official measure from the people who are literally scrubbing the internet of their failures. But when you're looking at some of this information and like the consumer price index, you see prices rising insanely recently. Or when you start looking at this like over really long-term trends from like the 60s to now, you start to see that the price inflation for housing may not be as high as the actual interest rates that were largest. Like when you're looking at inflation calculators from the 60s to now, but that if you compare this to actual income, the housing versus income ratio, this is where stuff starts to get really, really bad. You see, this is the report of the kind of low inventory of houses, the rising cost of houses, but when you're looking at the actual amount of income that you have, people are not, like, rent is rising 18% over the last 5 years. I don't think income is rising at that same level. Or when you're looking at, which I thought some of this did, the relationship between, oh my gosh, get out of here.
Hell yeah. Thank you Adagio _ the fabulous for the sub.
Thank you, Adagio. 2-month streak, but subscribe for 5 months. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. While I go on a huge rant about the insanely increased cost of housing, here, we can even switch back to this while I continue to show graphs and things. I'll put these in full screen so you can see them as much as possible while we show off the kitty as he's sleeping. But if you look at like family wealth in 2020 dollars or in recent dollars relative to what these things were, even in the 80s or the 60s, the people who are seeing the largest wealth increases are those in the upper 1 or 10%. The ones who are getting tax cuts as of most recent or the last presidency, the ones who are also benefiting the most from corporate tax cuts and other things that are funneling wealth not only back into shareholder profits, but them. His arm grabbing the edge of the couch is so cute. I should show this picture. I'll post this picture actually in Discord right now if I can get distracted from my distraction. He was totally just like grabbing onto my foot. It was the cutest thing ever while I was just watching TV not that long ago. And he was just wrapping his arms. Here, I'll post this in Discord actually. In Fur Friends. Holding my foot hostage. Is what I'll put. And we'll pull it up on stream too. But he's been very, very cuddly and cute. Thank you for the socials links. Yeah, here. From Discord. Fur Friends. This was him just earlier today. You can see my dying plant in the background too. Ah, that's super high resolution. But just wrapping his little hands around my feet. Discord's in my link tree. Acid Rain. Yeah. It's the same kitty who's now on the couch, just wrapping, like I sat down and then he immediately came over and just laid down, originally belly across my foot. Here, can make it bigger since he's in the corner. But that is him just wrapped up on my foot. So cute. He's been a cutie all day. But anyways, if you look at this number, there is no middle class. Or when you hear people talking about that, it's not a myth. You'll hear a lot of people who are in the upper 1% or 10% talking about the myth of the, dissolving or no longer existent middle class. But middle class, or again, like rants I've had multiple times on stream, tie to the just erosion of what used to be livable wages. Minimum wage, not in the long history, like in this time frame we're talking about on these graphs, or if you go back to even just 50 years ago, minimum wage was meant to have a single earner, not a dual income house, not a dink home, a dual income, no kids house. A single earner on minimum wage should have been able to have a house, a car, and be able to provide for multiple children under minimum wage. Single earner minimum wage. That is what the federal minimum wage was set to be. And somehow, not only over the last 50 years, but especially in the last 15 years, we have seen corporate profits go up higher than ever before. CEO wages rise to now over like thousands of times their lowest earners within the company, where that used to only be a 50 to 100x. Even when you're talking about people who were some of the richest people on the planet at the time, or you talk about the Henry Fords of the world, sure, there were a lot of atrocities and horrible things going on with a lot of those things, even if those individuals who were making minimum wage and had pensions and retirement plans and weren't just reliant on our also eroding social security systems that we're paying into. But those individuals, even if you go back 50 or 60 years, were still making, if you look at adjusted wages, way more, especially when you start to account for the cost of housing, of education, and for food. Education has risen hundreds of percent just in the last couple of decades. Housing has risen hundreds of percent in the last couple of decades. Or even when you adjust for inflation, is way outpacing any type of wage inflation. Like, we're still actually paying the same amount. Like, federal minimum wage hasn't risen for a long, long time. I would say with my rent, we are low income. Without our rent, we would be middle class. If I told people back home what we pay for rent, they wouldn't believe me. I mean, but that's the whole thing too, is there's a lot of people that are like, oh, but you have people now that are making $20 an hour working in the service industry. It's like, yeah, and those people are paying $2,000 a month in rent because they can't afford to buy the house they're renting even at $2,000 a month, because that house is now worth $750,000. Or even in the Midwest, they're paying $15,000 that or $1,500 to $2,000 a month rent on houses that are worth $350,000. But those houses, even if you go back a decade, were not worth even half of that or a tenth of that in a lot of areas. It's nuts. It's absolutely nuts. But the real problem is when you also look at income. This is why I highlight on this graph. A lot of people push back about these wages or about raising minimum wage as though they've forgotten what the fuck a minimum wage was actually meant to represent, at least here in the United States. And you can look at all this size adjusted income for houses. You can try to adjust for inflation. And in every metric, the only place where aggregate wealth is increasing is in the top 1% or top 10% of people. It's so bad I'm child free and not looking for a relationship, but considering getting married just for the tax break and double income. When I say dink, dual income, no kids, I mean, I'll just be straight up honest. I'm in my fucking 30s. I've been dating for a long time. I've lived with a couple of individuals that I've dated long term and have thought about getting married to. But one of the things that's played a role into this is it's so interesting as you do get older, finding a large number of people who not only have that perspective, which I'm not saying is negative, but where these acronyms like DINK, dual income, no kids, have started to rise, and where you see a lot of these poly relationship things that I'm also not saying are negative. I've, fully embraced a lot of this myself personally in not just, advertisement for myself. Like that's not something that I have, I guess, done, but have partaken in, but where it's not something that if you would have asked me 5 years ago or 10 years ago, if I would have considered seriously engaging in or dating seriously people who not only weren't interested in raising a family or who realized that it was impossible to do so on a single income, again, going back to what the federal minimum wage was supposed to be able to support, but where they've essentially just ruled out the possibility entirely. And to be 110% transparent, I would love to have a kid. I would love to have multiple kids. I would love to know that even when I'm working 40 or 60 hours a week, like I have multiple times throughout my stream, that I would be able to not only provide for a family, but be able to provide in a way that is contributing to a retirement fund, would ideally have something even that just mirrored former pension plans, would be contributing to more than the insurance that in some cases I've been personally paying over $600 a month, which is more than my parents used to pay for a mortgage on a brand new house. Like that's the kind of stuff that doesn't get factored into a lot of these conversations. The insane and just greed that has contributed to a lot of these problems, like the inflation of a lot of our costs, even right now. You hear about terms like shrinkflation, or hear about how the Fed's not cutting interest rates because we're no longer seeing the steep cuts or steep decreases in inflationary kind of measures that we were hoping to see even just 3 or 4 years ago. We're still seeing continued inflation. And you still hear people talking about like, oh, we're hoping for a soft landing, or they're trying to balance this out because in every other time that the Fed's cut interest rates, there have been recessions. Yeah, a lot of those also tied back to large corporate failures that in some cases, or most directly in the most great recession, were due to greed in them over purchasing or overvaluing housing. It's like we've learned fucking nothing over the last 40 years except to continue pushing profits to the top 1 or top 10% and completely eroding the middle class while pointing the finger at them. And somehow also pissing off the middle class such that they're like pointing down and pushing down instead of fighting up. It's fucking nuts. Ours is more rent, I mean. My partner's in the music industry. They haven't changed their income in 50 years. We have cats, not kids. I also have a cat instead of a kid. My cat is turning 15 soon. Just a couple of months. Jackson will be fully 15 years old. So we are dinks. Yeah. It's hard to have kids when you work 60 hours a week. Food is insanely expensive. I'd say more than the last 40 years. Crabs in a bucket mentality. It really is that. But it also breaks my fucking heart because I have a lot of family and even people I used to consider very close friends. I think I don't because I get into conversations about this kind of stuff. And it's hard to ration or like it's kind of hard to like rationally talk about these things or reason with people who are getting fucked over, but just don't want to admit it. Like, I know for a fact many people my age or even younger, even in other people within my family's age, who seem to be against larger, more available, and more affordable multifamily dwellings, larger housing availability, pushing back or putting limits on the private equity or kind of private investment in certain housing industries or areas, especially where you have large numbers of unhoused individuals, who push back and fight back about things like minimum wage raises or state wage raises, and who even argue about, climate change or global warming, despite in some cases moving out of the Midwest to areas where they can get away from large swings in climate, but who even as of recently, post hilarious things about like, oh, look at all this wind and rain and snow and stuff we're getting in these areas. Haha, global warming. It's like, there's a reason the term changed to climate change. And it's not because, as some people also like to claim, scientists want to flip-flop or just change their tune and say it's not just warming, but now also cooling. It's always been the case that global warming is going to lead to more unstable weather and weather patterns throughout the world, hence the global portion of it. If you're now somewhere in South Texas or somewhere in the Southwest and are experiencing more rain or more snow than usual, or if you're somewhere in the Southeast in Florida and you're no longer able to obtain home insurance because of the increased number of hurricanes and flooding in your area, those are also due to global warming. But the term changed to climate change because you fucking idiots seem to not be able to just grasp the fact that there are still seasonal weather patterns, or that as warming increases, weather patterns are going to change at an even more rapid and unpredictable rate. But you hear the word unpredictability and latch onto it. And I apologize if it now seems like I'm speaking directly to people who I do know in real time or in person, but it just fucking blows my mind. And why, for the same reason that you can show all these figures, you can talk about the unhoused problem, but also then highlight the literal number of reported vacant dwellings, in some cases directly owned by private corporations and private equity, and they just start blinking really fast, like you just spoke some other foreign language to them, or like you're speaking in fucking tongues. And it just blows my mind and breaks my heart. Like, this data has been publicly available. There's a reason we start every stream off with NPR. There's a reason I try to talk about these things using data, using actual facts that you can pull up, or even in just discussing the lack of raises to income, whether you want to even talk about income and kind of inflation adjusted income overall over the last 40 years versus the cost of housing versus the cost of groceries versus the just general consumer price index. You have people who even 30 or 40 years ago didn't have to worry about CPI measures, even if their interest rates on their homes were 10 or 15 or higher, like 10 or 15% or higher, because their income was usually more than double, or in many cases, up to 10x what those housing costs were. Here, you're lucky nowadays in 2024 for most people, even who are renting, to be paying less than 40% of their income, especially if you're talking about like tax adjusted income or actual net wages to them. You're lucky to find many areas in the US where people can do that without having like multiple jobs, assuming you're also talking about minimum wage or even just near that. But even if you're making $100,000 a year in most areas, especially the areas I live in now, you're not going to be able to afford rent in most places when you start talking. When you take out taxes, 6 figures nowadays barely covers rent, housing, and food, not counting if you have kids. That's fucking nuts. It should be nuts. It should sound nuts to most people because inflation is rising. The cost of goods are rising. Also, in many cases, due to greed of the companies who realize that they just can get away with charging some of these things. But also because the people at the lower portions of this graph, which we're still showing, the middle and lower income, seem to be the ones who are continually voting against their own best interests when these measures do get put to the floor or do get put forward in their cities and their states. literally makes me want to puke. Yeah, sometimes I just have to walk away from combos like this with older family members because it gets heated and they take it like a personal attack. They fucking should. They're voting against this shit and walking away from it like, oh, well, this wasn't a big deal when I was your age. That's the fucking point. Don't vote like it's still 1950 or 1960. Don't pretend like the current climate that we have, like socioeconomically or even just politically, is the same as what you grew up with, you fucking boomers. Like, the 80s are gone, and most of you sucked up a lot of the wealth and are now even voting against things like Social Security, which you're currently fucking drawing on. I know I'm yelling now, or at least raising my voice. I can get very loud when I yell. I'm with you on this, JVAC. Do you think they know what an index fund is? I think they do know. I think a lot of the people who even, unfortunately, that I know who are doing well for themselves or would still be upper middle income, if not like lower upper income, are profiting off of their investments and have even probably redirected a lot of their funds to index funds because they're wanting to be less reliant on things like Social Security. But again, so they can cash out and close the fucking door behind them. I don't see a lot of those individuals as the ones who are voting to raise minimum wage or who are actually voting for some of these caps on even, let's just remove the whole private investment factor, because I know a lot of people are like, well, but capitalism. There are a lot of foreign investors who are also buying up a large number of houses here in the US. Like, that's also something that we also want to talk about. Anyways, I'm getting way off track here, and these are arguments I've literally had with a number of people, so I don't want them to take it personally, but me and my friends were talking about this a while back, and we have dreams about being rich, with rich meaning owning a home with a car and a pool as a single person. They don't care with what we were dealing with. They don't give a shit about the other people, ones who don't believe in global warming. I mean, it all ties back. Yeah, again, because I've also been called out on this, there are literally people I know in real life who have said the minimum wage should not be being able to have a family raise, or being able to have an individual, a single earner, raise a family on minimum wage in the United States. So we'll pull up what this is now. And then we'll actually pull up what a lot of this was designed to do. Here we go. In the United States, the minimum wage is set by U.S. labor law on a range of state and local laws. The first federal minimum wage was instituted by the National Industrial Recovery Act of 1933, signed into law by Franklin D. Roosevelt, but later found to be unconstitutional. In 1938, the Fair Labor and Standards Act, which you may know as the FLSA, since it is actually still overseeing a large portion of things that might tie into all of the labor posters and labor law things that you have at your workplace, is something that we had established at 25 cents an hour, which would be $5.41 in 2023. Its purchasing power peaked at 1968 at $1.60, which would be $14 an hour in 2023. These numbers also assume you don't have the same increases in housing, education, and food, which are the reasons I keep going back to those things. Because if you talk about the people, how am I doxing myself? Did I dox myself? Ah, fuck. I hope I didn't log anything to dox myself, but if I did, fuck it. At this point, I don't give a shit anymore. I've said enough about myself, like, it's worth actually literally doxing to make this point come through, especially because a lot of the times when I talk about getting texts or messages and things from people, actually the most recent time I did get a Discord message about not playing both sides was from, I won't say a stranger, somebody who's joining on a stream, but not a family member or what I would consider to be a close friend. However, I still felt it was worthy to respond to some of that because they were asking me about like Biden and Biden's handling of classified documents, which is also just fucking batshit. That we have people who are still comparing like Hillary Clinton and Biden to fucking Trump. I don't know a sane, rational individual who thinks that they're on the same playing field. Or again, without even having to go to quoting that there are multiple criminal as well as civil cases being put against Trump. All you have to do is look at the number of cases and even the number of people who used to be members of his cabinet who flipped against him. But before I get completely distracted from that, don't dox thyself that didn't bounce. Yeah, well, hopefully I didn't dox myself. But when you actually start to account for wage adjustments, we don't have the same standard of living that people had in the fucking 30s or 60s. Purchasing power of the dollar, at least in terms of like wage dollars, peaked in 1968 at $1.60. So you have all these people that are like, I earned $5 an hour sweeping the floor of my local grocer. I worked just as a part pusher at Ford and was making, $6 an hour and was able to afford college and buy a home. Yeah, motherfucker, because college costs like $800. The home was maybe less than 10% of your income, and where you had more purchasing power than most people have as of right now, because even right now, the fucking minimum wage is still $7.25 and has not been increased since 2009. The fact that more needs to even be said about that just makes me fucking sad. It makes me extremely sad. That's insane. Haven't worked in years, so didn't even know. Yeah, I mean, this is the crazy part. And when you look at some of this stuff, or even look at like on minimum wage. What did FDR mean by a minimum wage? Nobody working 40 hours a week should be living below the poverty line. Basically, straight up here. Own home. Oops. Claim. President Franklin D. Roosevelt said no business which depends on its existence for paying less than living wages to its workers has any right to continue in this country. A quote attributed to Roosevelt saying that no business which depends on its existence paying less than livable wages to its workers has any right to continue in this country. This has been widely circulated on social media platforms. Rating, true. This is also, according to records in the Franklin D. Roosevelt Library and Museum. This also ties back to him stating that there are people who were working minimum wage who should be able to own a home, a car, and provide for their family. A person, single income, on minimum wage. And if companies can't provide that wage or a livable wage, they should not exist in this country. From another former president, folks. This is some of the stuff that just gets ignored and isn't talked about enough. And where, if you look at the fact that we are still using the FLSA, which I do agree has made strides in some areas, especially in terms of protections against those who might be like wrongfully terminated. What happened to the whole point of the FLSA, which is to establish a standard of wages and a standard of living based on the wages that businesses could provide, like to make people not need to work multiple jobs at minimum wage or even higher in any part of the country and not be able to own a home, a car, or have worries about raising families. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's worth going into some of this even more. A lot of people, mostly adults, take any criticism against what they believe in as a personal attack, so nothing changes because good old polarization and I'm older and smarter than you mentality. Yeah, I mean, to that point, Drake, I agree, but I also think there are a lot of people who aren't boomers who don't vote. And something I've criticized multiple times, the reason I start all my streams off with NPR goes back to 5 months ago, or like the month after I started streaming, getting into arguments with people my age and younger who have essentially said, but I'm checked out from even voting. What difference could I make? And that belief has also become so common, in addition to a large number of people, even my age and older, who don't want to run for office or don't want to even get involved in local politics, let alone national politics, because they just believe the system is so broken that they can't make a change, that only perpetuates this problem. If every person says, my vote doesn't matter, or if every person, especially within certain demographics, looks at these types of things and says, this system is unfixable or unchangeable, they also are part of the problem. And the reason I've shown off all of my vote stickers and talk about voting, and every time local voting in my area or national voting has come up, I've tried to make a point about that, because it is when the rich control everything. I mean, and welcome in to Drake. I appreciate you stopping in here, contributing into the conversation, being with me on this rage. But part of the problem I want to share, I don't want to share because I do vote, but I want to make sure that people do share, is that if you look at percentage of people who vote, we'll just pull that up here too. Vote in the US, or left-handed. This is some of the stuff that's really, really heartbreaking. And you can look at multiple levels of this. We can look at census data. We can look at general fact data, especially even just self-report data. And we're talking about maybe 60% of general people overall. When you then break that down by demographic, you have people who are in lower, total citizen voting age population voting less than 42%. 52% if you take into account most recent midterms. Yeah, 84% in DC voted. That's higher than all other states. Even if we talk about some of the other larger states, you see things like 65%, or we talk about numbers that are just barely above 50%. We should get a fucking pat on the back that half of the people who were able to vote did. And when you break this down even by voting age, which I don't know if this fully does. Here, I know that some of the stuff with Pew does. It gets even worse. And same thing if you break it down by racial demographics and things too. You can't say that these problems only exist because of the 1% or because of, the rich controlling everything. Yeah, yet 38 million vote for American Idol at night. You've never heard this side of me. Oh yeah, you are new here, Acid Rain. I've ranted so many times. If you look back at a lot of my VODs, the reason I start every stream off, again, with NPR and get into a lot of this, is I've straight up paused games and gone on hour-plus long rants because of stuff that's come up in chat, or with people who've challenged me about some of this kind of stuff, or what my views are on education, income, voting, even trolls who've tried to really challenge me in terms of support for non-Trump candidates. This is the kind of stuff where when you look at the percentage of people who are voting, it's no wonder that the boomers are winning out, or that you have a lot of these people, to even Drake's comment about mostly adults who do think they're older and smarter than us, or do think they're older and smarter than most people, and that whatever was working well in the 60s, even though that might have been the time where wages actually gave real purchasing power to a large percentage of people. Same thing here. You want to say that the overwhelming majority of people, well, this is just for the US House and ethnic divide of vote choice, but you want to look at the actual percentage of voting, you want to say it's all just a bunch of rich, white, old people who control everything. They do. Not just from a fiscal standpoint, but from a fucking voting standpoint. So if you want to make a change, outvote them. Outrun them. Why the fuck everybody who wants to talk about how old Biden and Trump are and how they seem like the only viable candidates, why are only viable candidates this old? Because no one else is fucking running. I mean, that's not entirely true. There are other people who are running, but there's not a lot of people in this age range who only make up 30% of the voting here actually running. And when you look at the percentage of them, especially when you talk about eligible voters, I'm pretty sure more people who are 30 to 49 are capable of going and visiting their local voting booths, even if they choose not to mail in the thing that can literally get mailed to them in most states and just drop it in the fucking mail. You want to talk about capable voters, the ones who are capable of walking out the door. Same thing with 18 to 29. and going to a voting station should significantly outnumber the 65 pluses. And yet that's not what we see when it comes to voting. Or same thing here. You want to say that it's mostly just a bunch of old white people? As a white person, I'm not only the minority in the area and the county and the city that I live in, but what's strange is when you look at the voting patterns, I am the majority. White males, large percentage, over 75%, not males, but white individuals in general of the vote. If you make up the majority of an area and you choose not to cast your vote and just want to say the system's rigged, it's just a bunch of fucking rich white people in control, you're not helping your cause by not casting your vote. I'd love to get on Discord and debate with you. I'm in my public Discord. I've debated with a number of people. In fact, I've debated even with like service members and military people and stuff in real time on streams. I really didn't word myself too well. The adults making things hard to change, make kids, not actual kids, not even try to make a change happen. Yeah, I totally get that, Drake. I'm 100% in line with you, but what is that song? I'm not spelling it right. What is the name of the song? It is just Make That Change. Man in the Mirror is the name of that song. Michael Jackson, I'm not going to play the song because he did DMCA'd into oblivion, was talking about this exact issue a long time ago. Like, this is something where I get that even companies, corporations who are currently treated like people and things from even tax perspectives are trying to make people feel like defeatist about this stuff, or where they do feel like they don't have the ability to influence a lot of these things. But when you look at the ability or the people who do have the ability to make these changes, it's actually not the old white, post-grad educated rich people. If you look at the numbers of who are capable of making that change, even just by voting, this doesn't even get into running for office or trying to write policy, which is also done a lot by corporations and lobby groups nowadays. But like, if you want things to be better than they were 30 or 40 years ago, there needs to be a larger amount of representation and honestly, just straight up engagement, if not outright activism. The areas we're seeing activism right now are strangely often, well, at least this is my opinion. I could be wrong in this. If anyone has data on this, feel free to let me know. But like, very anti just specific corporate statements or specific corporate beliefs, or honestly, even in response to the current Israel and Palestine war, like in response to specific segments of that. Like, you don't see a lot of these things also still then translating back into, even with things like the Me Too movement and stuff, into actual voting behavior. We had the Me Too movement, and somehow we, since then, have taken away more rights from especially women than we had before it. Make it fucking make sense. I don't make it make sense. It doesn't make any sense. I'm an older millennial, disgustingly old, have an excuse. I moved. Women don't want to deal with these men. But we really agree on the same side, so it wouldn't be that fun. Yeah, I mean, I saw your comment about the women part, and that's really where it ties back to even some of those things. Like, you want to talk about like the overturning of Roe versus Wade. I do understand that in a certain sense, you could argue that even if you poll people in Kansas or places that have voted to maintain some of these things, that those in Congress or, you know, in the House are not necessarily voting in the interests of those who they should be supporting, which is a whole nother issue, which goes back to why have we continued to vote many of these people who in some cases are also in this white 65 plus bracket? Like, why have we continued to have those voted in? But it all goes back to a lot of this stuff. Same thing there, though, like Acid Rain. Like, you, even without having the representation you want, can vote for those who support the representation you'd like to have. And even if it isn't perfect, voting for those who do vote against, you know, best interests. And I'm not just saying, like, I'm not trying to put the blame back on women or back on all other people. I get that that's kind of what it sounds like right now. But I want to make clear I think my generation and many other generations, also as a millennial, maybe not on the upper end of the spectrum, but on the lower end of the spectrum, like, think that it's crazy how many people I know who have essentially just given up. So, like, well, it doesn't fucking matter. The more people who feel like that, you're right. It's going to become a self-fulfilling prophecy. And if that's what we want, then fuck it. The white boomers have won. But then you hear about the outrage. You hear a lot of people who are pissed off about the system. It's like, okay, when's the last time you fucking voted? Or voted especially in something that wasn't just like a primary presidential election? And if the answer to that is like never, or rarely, or back when I was in college, fuck out of here. I don't know. I honestly get more mad at that than I do talking to the boomers who were like, well, back in my day, college was affordable when I was working full time and blah, blah, blah. Like, yeah, okay, motherfucker. Like, clearly, we're not going to get past you with like the how much were you earning? How much did housing cost? And like, how much was like, even if you want to say that your interest rate was higher, average cost of living relative to income. That's a harder argument to make. I get that. That involves like actual arithmetic and like maybe a little bit of understanding of like calculus, which most people, let alone fucking aging people who think they had it horrible despite potentially being in the class of people who had some of the highest wages relative to cost of living or inflation ever. Like, that's a harder thing. That is delusional. But I get that they're stuck in the delusion of their time, which is a harder thing for me to really fully, as much as I do want to and do as I have been, judge them for. Being stuck in the delusion of the time that you're in now and saying that this delusion must continue because we have no power is not only literally delusional, like, it's something that if you look back at the people who are voting, it's the people that most of those stuck in that kind of delusion of saying we have no power are being outnumbered by. And if you want to call what we claim to be a corporatocracy democracy, like, you're never going to win the rat race.
I would like to say absolutely preach.
Welcome. Thank you. Sometimes I still question whether my voting is making a difference or not, but I still do it every time. Well, good job, Adagio. I appreciate that. Who did join, by the way? Drake! Sorry for mistaking you for the rapper the other day, too. I still feel bad about that.
It's no worries.
Am I sure we have power, though, honestly? I am sure, because that is, even in a functioning corporatocracy or outside of a democracy, like, that is the way that you can enact or can extract and make your power known. Like, if you don't vote, help not Drake the rapper. I forgot what we were even talking about then. Was it like 3D printing or something? Someone's like, but Drake has a 3D printer. And I was like, what the fuck? Why is that reference relevant? And then you were in chat and you're like, I 3D print. And I was like, oh shit. I didn't make that association. I immediately went to like Drake the rapper and was like, why the fuck does Drake the rapper 3D printing have anything to do with this? So, yeah. But lobbyists...
Again, it was very funny.
It was in the moment, but I still felt bad. But lobbyists are paid by corporations, but that's the whole point. Is like, lobbyists, in many cases, create ad groups or advertising and then try to influence voting behavior, or the voting behavior, I get a lot of it ties back to the House and the Senate, but a lot of the things that go back to what people can influence, including even who become our, Congress people and senators, are voted by regular, average, everyday people. So if you don't like the people who are representing your state or your area, vote them the fuck out. And that's how you have power. Call me crazy.
I think where a lot of the confusion comes from is the fact that a lot of like younger people look at this whole big system and they think it's too big for me to change. And, from an individualistic perspective, you think, I can't do anything. But like you see in every single punk song, and every single rock song, and every single good story, it's always a person that, like, brings people together to do something, and those people make things happen. But I don't think
That's why we pulled up.
I actually ran into someone
Man
that
in the
you
Mirror.
were like kind of talking about, where they just were like, "I don't vote anyway. It doesn't matter," and it's like, what? But you, okay.
I fully agree.
You couldn't convince some shit though.
Well, you can. I mean, that's what we're doing right now. We're trying to make an effort, not just to convince people, but to try to combat. I should probably hydrate, Spotty. Yeah, having a mental image of me talking about the mushroom coffee and Michael fudging Jordan popping in like, oh, I like that coffee. Yes. But no, I mean, that's really where my issue comes from, is you have a large portion, my age and even younger, who just have this defeatist mentality about the whole thing. Where when we also talk about the age problem of those who are currently in office or running for office, it's a problem because of that defeatist mentality. Even if you go back 15 or 20 years, the reason you had a lot younger people in office and younger people representing their local and state populations is because more people were also running. And now you have the same problem we have in companies where the top 1%, top 10%, and rich families, or the fact that we still are talking about fucking controversy with other Kennedys running. Like, I'm not against all Kennedys or any Kennedy with values I support running for office, but that we don't have dozens of others who just want to make the same kind of influence as people like them or those who they did support is part of the issue. Kitty is very cute. I can't do anything while not sitting on your couch eating chips. You can't. Damn, Adagio! Getting real. I haven't said it like that, although I have in the past, and I'm trying to be better. Trying to just point to .org and .gov and real stats and try to remove as much of the personal attacks as close as I've gotten even tonight with conversations I've had with actual people. I get that's definitely not going to get them anywhere or motivate them. I'm older. I'm defeated. Yeah, Acid Rain. That's where I'm passing part of the blame back to people who feel that way, especially if they're just fucking millennials and aren't boomers. The fact that you're getting defeated by boomers is because you feel defeated as a millennial. I like to say worst comes to worst. Hypothetically, my vote doesn't do anything.
The last thing the Fabulous said was on point.
Yeah, Dagio's got some good takes. It takes like 10 minutes for me to go to the voting place, submit it, and it does make a difference, and that's a big difference for relative. Yeah, but that's just it too, is it doesn't even, in many places, even require you to go to the voting place anymore. I understand there's a whole lot of controversy over that, but you can mail in vote in lots of places too. Or I know multiple individuals who have had shit mailed to them, and then they're like, yeah, it's just, then you have to like look up all the people and like, oh my God. That's the stuff that drives me even crazier. Is like, you don't even want to fucking Google the people. Like, again, if we want to compare this to a couple of decades ago, the amount of effort some put into even just knowing who the fuck some of these people were was significantly harder. Now you almost have to filter through kind of lobbyist influence or, super PAC interests and media messaging and all the vitriol and bullshit that comes out in media about people, but you're almost bombarded with information about all the people you can vote for. It's I don't know. That's the stuff that literally makes my fucking blood boil. It's talking to people of similar or younger age who are like, oh, it's just so much effort. It's like, motherfucker, you can Google all of this shit and you get mailed the thing and you still don't want to do it. I don't know what to do other than to maybe go live on the internet and bitch about it. Which that wasn't my intention.
I mean, you could
today.
Tell your friends that even though change is difficult, you could be like, hey, I support you, but do the scary thing, or I'm maybe kick your ass into high gear myself.
No, I mean, I have done. Or for those who do know me closely and personally, some have felt personally attacked even by things I have said live. So I want to be clear. I didn't start my stream with the intention of actually talking about all of these things. It just kind of came up through chat, but that's why, again, I start all my chat like NPR and try to be able to engage in half this open discourse. Stop attacking me. Oh, I didn't see the message about that though. Acid, like my mother's dying, so really gave a shit about them bastards. Really, yeah. I mean, I get that there's all kinds of external life factors that can play into some of this stuff too. But again, if you even just look at presidential races, not just local or regional races, where a lot of this impact can make even more of a difference, you barely see like half the population turning out, or maybe in some cases like 60 or 70%. But we're talking about like cheering on that we have 3/4 of the population who are capable of voting, and where almost half of those are 65 and older. And I'm not saying people who are 65 and older shouldn't vote. I'm saying they should be significantly fucking outnumbered. Oh.
Oh. Remember the story of Abraham Lincoln's body theft?
No. Do I need to fact check this?
Don't.
No.
Wonderful story time. So, I mean, definitely fact.
I'm Googling it right now.
I just muted myself and not the stream.
Okay, we've just Googled Abraham Lincoln body theft. The plot to steal Abraham Lincoln's corpse.
Turns out it happened on like election day because everyone was at like not box office, that's fucking movies. At the booths voting. And so these thieves were just like, well, perfect day, and off they went.
Yeah. Date selected was 7th of November, 1876, election day. What's up, Carlos? Oh, just talking about voting, stealing Abraham Lincoln's corpse, and general voting statistics in the United States, you know. Yeah, we are going to jump into some gaming here.
I wanted to bring up the Abraham Lincoln thing.
Why?
Because it was really important because, like, there were so many people voting then that people could just steal a president's corpse with no one knowing.
It seems like they didn't pull it off.
That's a lot of people voting for no one to notice that.
I made that connection that it was done on voting day, which is crazy, but it seems like they didn't actually pull it off though, right? It says the plot was foiled. Plot to steal Lincoln's body.
They kind of got the corpse and then they fumbled everything.
Really? No, I don't think they did. Yeah, in the end, the plan backfired almost as quickly as it started. Once they were inside the chamber, they tried to lift the coffin. However, it was a 500-pound cedar and lead coffin that was difficult to move. They only moved it 15 inches. Yeah. The corpse of the president is now safe from any attempts to steal it. Ooh, where is this held? Lincoln's tomb. I should probably know some of these things. It's like, I would never be able to steal the Declaration of Independence because I don't even know where some of these places are. 15 inches? They had horses and shit too. Wait, why is that? Oh, this is Wikimedia.
I don't know. They really didn't get very far.
But you can visit his tomb now. Oh, it is literally the Lincoln Tomb. Oak Ridge Cemetery. He's got a whole... What do they call it when it's above your tomb? Sarcophagus?
I might, check it out someday.
It's in the area I was just saying I want to visit that I haven't spent much time in. Oh, it was also built with additional crypts for members of Lincoln's family in addition to 4 spaces already used. However, remaining members of Lincoln's family chose to be buried elsewhere. It's an interesting choice. Maybe it was because of the foiled plot. Looks like a cool place to visit, though. Live stream with me stealing Abraham Lincoln's body, take 2. Yeah, be a good, besides the housework ones that I've done, be good to have a more engaging and kind of well-planned IRL stream. I think that's what it was. Okay. So you're saying there are empty spots where someone could dump random bodies in? Or maybe that's where it leads to the secret
I'm
chambers.
missing something with the ads. Oh no.
Created by the Masons.
Places for bodies to be dumped. What's going on?
If you don't want ads, I know a secret trick to getting rid of them forever. But seriously though, Drake,
Hola.
I'm going to pop out for some gaming. I do appreciate you hopping in and for engaging in the conversation.
Yeah, my part. No part. Bleh, good gravy. Nope.
No problemo?
My apologies. The whole stream delay is causing the speech jammer thing, and I'm going to go talk to my partner, so I'll talk to you later.
All right. Take care. So you're saying, yeah. I'll get up courage someday. Hey, you know, if that's what it takes to get people motivated nowadays to vote, maybe that's not a bad way to frame it. We're going to go back to the founding principles, back to some of the founders themselves, although I guess he came after the founders too, which is it's sad to talk about some of that stuff, even in relation to like Hamilton and a lot of the stuff that has become more popular over time, is you get into those who have made and enacted great change since them. Oh shit, I don't want to do it this way. That's right. And it still gets brushed off. It's like, oh, but it takes effort. It's hard. Lots of people have said that stuff, but have still been able to make a lot of change. Just kidding, still here? Well, thank you again for popping in, Drake. I do appreciate that. I don't ever want to discourage anyone from joining, especially if they want to be like actively, I won't say combative, but if they do want to actively like disagree or have a debate like about topics. I've done that a few times on stream. You can check my VODs. If they're not in my VODs, because those do get deleted after a couple of months, I upload all of my streams in their entirety to YouTube. And there are a couple where you get to hear me have heated debates with people who challenged even my voting patterns, my voting history, even people I've known in real life. I'm not over moving the whole body, whole 15 inches with horses. Well, the horses, it seems like even came after. Here, let's reopen that, because that was kind of a wild read, especially since I was taking it in real time. But it seems like the original plan, which Drake was correct about, was set to be on election day, because they have figured in order to conduct the grave robbery, the date that was selected was the 7th of November, 1876. It was election day, so Kim figured that the cemetery of Oak Ridge, where Lincoln's body was laid, would be completely deserted. Should also point out, that is still where his tomb is. They've just erected, apparently, a huge structure around it now, which is awesome. But the foolproof plan was to kidnap his body, stuff the body into a long sack, and put it onto a wagon to smuggle it away. It's fucking bizarre. But while they had made a well-designed plan, they made a major mistake in hiring Louis Sveggles for the robbery. Both Hughes and Mullen did not have any experience in robbing a grave, therefore they welcomed Sveggles into the team. Owing to the minimal security of the grave, there was a high chance that the robbers would have succeeded in what they wanted to do. However, the involvement of Sveggles was one of the worst choices they'd made. Sveggles played up to his double role. He convinced the robbers that he would help them steal the body of Abraham Lincoln. On the other hand, he reported all details of the plot to Patrick D. Terrell, his boss. Terrell was also the chief of the Secret Service's Chicago District Office. As planned, the gang of robbers, along with Sveggles, went to the Oak Ridge Cemetery that night. Terrell and his agents were also hiding near the tomb of Lincoln. But in the end, the plan backfired. This is the part we read before. Once inside the chamber, they tried to lift this. Yeah, at this point, They ordered Swiggles to bring the wagon and horses near the tomb, but instead of doing that, Swiggles alerted the nearby detectives, this should be I believe, who was hiding in the cemetery. National Geographic Historic Mysteries, get your shit together. Agents rushed to the tomb with revolvers, however, grave robbers escaped through the east gate of the Oak Ridge Cemetery. Nevertheless, 10 days later, they were arrested in Chicago. Wasn't he tall? Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was super tall. Well, super tall for his time. I believe that's kind of also relative, right? Lincoln, comma, Abraham. How, let's see here, 6'4". Yeah, so that's kind of relative. Like, he definitely wouldn't be your prime contender for most sports unless he had like a sub 4-second 40, you know, for the NFL or for most basketball and stuff nowadays. So he was tall for 1865, but, or I guess, when was he born? In office. What was his birth date? 1809. Yeah, he was tall for then. Grave. Grave again. Grave again. Grave again. Oh, there's nothing in here about his robbery? Robert. So many Roberts. They don't talk about his tomb? Maybe tomb is the right thing? Here we go. Yeah, this is the same thing. Oh, they don't talk about the robbery either? Failed robbery? Damn. All right, well, they apparently don't want people to try to do that again. But it does seem like they've also significantly fortified defenses. This thing seems like it's surrounded by very thick marble walls now. Maybe he just had a tall hat? I think he did have a tall hat, if I remember correctly. I think Lincoln was oh, fuck, we're breaking our place now. Was semi-known for having something like that. Yes, this is what we want. Does it say we're actually playing Enshrouded now? Let's go to the middle, too. Gotta run, be back soon. I appreciate you coming in. I appreciate everyone coming in. I don't know, like, I feel, oh shit, I did it again. I feel conflicted about giving my real opinion on a lot of issues like this, especially in real time, and reading stuff like that in real time, and pulling up government statistics in real time and stuff, but it's one of the things I criticize other people for not doing, so I feel like if I'm gonna be real, I kind of have to. Be the change you want to see in the world, right? Goes back to why it's important to vote. And I'm not just trying to be a fucking yogi here either. Like, that's some valid criticism I've also received from people. I definitely have my own flaws. But voting, talking about my voting opinions, I don't think is one of them. Rip the house. Respect. I appreciate that from both of you. The house may have some troubles. Somewhat due to probably my own actions. If I can't figure out a better way to monetize my life. But I also want to blame corporations and what they can get away with, and the fact that the FLSA is still essentially a useless for most people trying to earn a livable wage piece of outdated documentation at this point. But I'm really gonna lose people when I start talking about that. Who the fuck is this guy? He's talking about, like, literal details of wage and labor laws. That is not why I come to fucking Twitch. But for those who have been in the stream for a little while, or who know the areas I have tried to enact change professionally, you would quickly understand why I very much give a shit about wage and labor laws and know a lot about them. supporting people and supporting those types of things is a slippery, shitty slope. But don't be fooled when companies make it seem like it's hard to do both. The conference I was just at in Vegas had to take a bunch of time off from streaming to attend. It's all about finding better ways we can support people instead of just continually fucking people over. Ooh. I'm a little worried because you did mention the ads though, and we should be less than the 2-hour mark. Yeah, we're still at only an hour 42. Yeah, I'm not even sure that I can run them again. Ah! If I can stop breaking shit as I tab back in and out. It's starting to become very pretty. And I've also started to learn the actual building details. Like now I even think I can pull this off maybe. I will say I agree with a lot of the people who especially haven't played a lot of survival crafting games that like the building controls are wonky. Like you can even see right now, for example, I guess to show off where I agree with the negative reviewers who say like the build controls are so hard to learn. Yes, if you've never played these types of games, it can be hard to learn because you'll also notice in the bottom right here, can I get my cursor back? Let's do this. I can't show you my cursor, but in the bottom right side, can I do it this way? No, fuck, it still disappears. Like over, down there, you'll see like use snapping, and I can turn that on and off. And I think a lot of people from reading through even like Reddit and other posts about the building tend to use snapping because that makes it easier to snap to like this thing. Like I just made these stairs, so if I want something that's going to snap to them quickly, I can just use the snapping feature, which hilariously isn't actually lining up with what I want right now. Which I guess kind of makes their point even more. Like it wants to line up with these walls. So it wants me to put like this here and then put stairs. All right, the snapping feature is trash, I guess, is the moral of the story. It will snap like that, but that's not the way I wanted to do it. But what I've learned is if you don't use the snapping feature and just learn to fucking get good with the placement of things, then you can do stuff like this, where I've turned snapping off. So again, if you see in the bottom right, the little green thing turning on and off, sometimes if Twitch reloads, it'll make you watch an ad, and I think you can rejoin the stream. Or you can just subscribe. Oh, I need to be less shitty about that and like actually take it more seriously. But you can just like get good, like I was starting to say, in terms of understanding where the placement of things are. Because even like right now, like it's very frustrating to have to glitch something in like that. Ooh, I don't know why it's not letting me place either. Should have enough blocks. So in the middle of this description, oh, it will let me place it there. I was gonna say, I can't apparently do the thing I was just talking about. But what you can do is just move your person and get it to snap that way. So like even right here, it was glitched in one block, so I can just move it over by moving my cursor left and right. And if it glitches back into the wall, just move away from it. Boom. And eventually you start to like figure it out like that, where you can go pretty fast with it. Perfect channel intro. I really need to make a real channel intro. I've had a couple people who've even reached out and have offered me like to clip larger portions of my VODs to help with that, which would be helpful, but I'd feel bad having most of the people who have offered to do that if I wasn't like paying them real money. Because I have, at this point, hundreds of hours of content that even they've talked about like being a benefit if I wanted to go through a lot of that. So like here's another place where it gets kind of like stressful, like I was just talking about, because I can't walk far enough in for it to glitch into the wall. So I can jump up here, do the same thing, and I should hopefully be able to walk far enough back to make it work. Hell yeah, dude. So I'm not saying it can't use improvement or that it doesn't need a shitload of work, but it is, you can figure it out. And the undo button does work pretty well. Ooh. Okay, so we also want to figure out, do we want to keep... Amazing. Perfect. If we want to keep this little gap right here, I'm thinking no, but what we can do is do something like this underneath the stairs. Ah, shit. Like this. Oops. Wrong thing. So same thing, even like what I'm doing right now. Like if I'm standing right here, I can't get it to line up perfectly with that because I can't go back far enough. So what I'm hoping I can do, actually maybe I can just come up here. Fuck yeah, I can. Is move a little bit away so that I can get it to line up but not clip through the top. So now when I'm in here, in theory, I should only see the blue. Ah! What I could have also done is just put a strip of wood. Could have gone here and just gone to the wood. Actually, I could have just done the same length I was using before. Just don't have wood on me. Wood, stone. I do want to add shroud wood block outside and hollowed halls and maybe even some roofs. Let's get wild tonight. Let's do all the things. But what we could have done, which I'm just curious how this will look, is change this to wood and just blocked it off. Ooh, that doesn't actually look too bad either. You still have the blue. I don't know, I like being able to see it. Especially if I want to mine this out later. It gives me a good reference point. Okay. So now that we have our blue inner liner, what we can do, I'll eventually cover this back up, but I don't know what I want to do here yet. In fact, ooh! Is this far enough under our base? Oh, shit. We could make a little underground tunnel. Secret tunnel! Wait, is there a way to do a bigger one? No, it's the biggest. Missing materials. How am I fucking... Oh, I don't have the actual stone. I thought I had another stack of this, but we can just take half of this, half of this. I also don't know, like, one thing that this makes me think of is whether or not, like, I don't know if the plants, when you plant them, are like the farm soil, if those need exposure to sunlight to grow. Like, maybe they've coded that in, but maybe not. Oh, fuck yeah. Okay. Ah! So I'm doing this on the grid now so that I can get these to be perfectly snapped in so that we don't have excess material being taken out. Oh, that's so awesome. And this is why the undo tool is really useful. So you can like undo the deletion of things just as easily as you can undo the placement of them. So that'll let me get in here and extend this out. And I can know that it was perfectly lined up because I placed it while I was on it, if that makes sense. Okay, so now I should just be able to use these pieces. Oops. I really want to see if I can get it to connect, but I don't think I'll be able to do that in less than 5 things. Like if I could get that to connect like right here, just the roof, so I could make stairs going down to it, that'd be so dope. Where are my... I can just craft it, I think. Illumination. I guess we could test it though. Go. Can I get there in 5? 1. 2. 3. Actually, I could just go. Oh! You can see it sticking through. So that's 3. What if I do... Oh my god. Oh, I can't get back through it? It's a one-way thing? I wonder if I need to just move... Okay. Hopefully I'll still be able to undo that. Oh, fuck, I picked up the wrong thing. Oh, no, I still... But what if I crouch? No? Okay. So that will still undo that. I wish there was a redo button. I know I'm getting really excited right now, but that's exactly what I was hoping for. And why it's important to start with a grid of what you want. Just do this. Just move the fucking bed. that makes the drawer kind of non-functional. Whatever, fuck it. I'll fix this later. Okay, so how did I get there? I went 1, 2, 3. Oh no, I didn't even do that. But that might work better. That does work better. Oh, okay. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ooh, why can't I build there? Let's see. Oh, I'm out of fucking mats. Shit, I'm out of mats again. You'll understand what I'm trying to do here in just a second. It's hard to explain. I'm trying to think through it as I'm doing it, so describing it is kind of hard. Here. We'll do... Building Insanity, I think is probably a better title. Because this isn't even the crazier shit I wanted to do. It's also all set. There we go. Nice. Oh no, we can't fit both ways now. Fuck. How did I do that before? I can't fit if I crouch either. I thought we went both ways. So I can still fit right through the middle. If you dive? Okay, that's not gonna be good. What if... if we do this? Okay. Can I get through on both sides? Yes. Oh, these. Nice! now we can just glitch these in. That lines up. Yes! Okay. Ah, shit. I want to try and see if I can hit the build limit. And I'm not describing what I'm doing right here very well either. But all I'm doing... Shit. Should go up further. All I'm doing is extending this out as far as I can see, basically. But trying to stay... like even, so I know right here, this will put this perfectly on top. So I go back down so that it's perfectly above whatever I've already placed, and then I just walk until I see it update. So that way, it's like kind of halfway out, and now that way, it should be right on top. And then same thing, wait till it's perfectly over, then halfway out, and then it should be on top. Same thing. Halfway over. Needs building area. Okay, so we did hit the building area limit. Fuck. I was kind of hoping that would put it right back in my inventory so I could... Oh, I guess I can just do this. Just throw this on the ground for a second. But without snapping turned on. Oops. I feel like things look a lot better. You can also center them a lot easier. Ah! So my original thought was I'd put a bunch of planters out here, but I do want to test my other question, since we have all of these. Can we plant things, oh shit, indoors? Because if the answer to that is also yes, that would be amazing. Everything in my inventory. Ooh, we haven't even found that yet, have we? Or are those the tiny cave mushrooms? I think this is the tiny cave mushrooms. Water, bell pepper, fossilized bone dust. Ooh, yeah, we don't have very much fossilized dust. We also don't have any fertilized farm soil. We we are at the 2-hour mark. And getting noticed to run ads. Ooh, this is also something I wanted to test. So SariBot should have the ability to show a thing for us. And I think I need to just do... What was their command? Add timer? Yeah! Alright, we'll let SariBot do that. But we are doing a tiny ad break right now. We'll put the sleeping kitty back on the main screen. I'll go get another drink. And we'll be right back. We are back. Oh, shit. He got up for us. See if we can capture him in here. Do a tiny bit of enticing. See if we can update our camera too. Little J. Oops. Little Jacksonian. Camera did freeze. That's not good. Camera 1. Camera 2. 1,000. 2 1,000. All right, so it's still off by about a second. At least it's updated now. I think we did entice. Fuck yeah. CatCam. We now have at our side the kitty. Say hello to your friends, Jackson. Ooh-ah. Okay. Our monitors are back in. So we've actually made some decent progress. What we now need to do is re-add walls, since this looks kind of weird without having walls here. We should be able to just use our standard stone. Oh, am I out of stone blocks? Shit. Takes so many mats. That's it. Fuck. Guess we're throwing down the thing again. Hey. All right. Yeah, so now we can extend this out as much as we want because we've already captured the back portion of this room. So as long as we don't build underneath, well, even I guess if I build out too wide here, that still wouldn't impact anything except for maybe, no, even that's way underneath this. What's up, Bach? How are you? Welcome in. We are starting to explore the insanity that is building and underground tunneling. Our hobbit hole is starting to become very developed. We now have lighting that goes all the way around the interior perimeter. Perimeter. I still wish I could fix this little hole right here, but we might just mine that out. But yeah, we have the lighting that goes all the way around. We have stairs that go all the way out to our actual perimeter. So we built all the way around. And I've started using different materials to build little patio spaces. I'm good. Today is your Friday. I'm thankful after a long work week. Well, I am happy to hear that. Unfortunately, today is not my Friday, and I have a very long day tomorrow and on Thursday. But we've started figuring out. I'm still not entirely sure how breaking the block things work, because it seems like only on the edge here could I get the like windows to make this kind of pattern. But yeah, either way, this is the only hobbit hole we have not connected to, and this is outside of our current build radius. This does let us get through, but does not currently, outside of being able to double jump up here, let you into the base. So that's our only like secret entrance. Everything else, I'm slowly starting to replace a lot of the wood with stone or other materials that was showing up top. I call this. In love with the location choice? Yeah, I mean, there's so many options. Or even as I was just starting to show how I broke out a lot of these walls, I realized I could connect this area back with this area naturally, or kind of with organic terrain modification. So I love how all of this, especially if I can extend this out, which is what I was talking about right when you came in, how I could make that look. I also might even just get rid of this set of stairs and have it just go from here and make this an extended part of this room. Yeah, because I overlap those anyways. Well, that might look bad. It is starting to flow together nicely. There are a couple things I might need to... Like, I don't know... Well, I guess I can fix that immediately just by doing this. And changing this back to wood. Yeah, so that works. Well, I think I want to move the flame. Even though it's going to cost me some of the build radius in the back here, I'm not really doing anything. And it should reset if it's outside of the build radius. So, like, since a large portion of this is out of the area I'm using, I have 1, 2, 3 blocks. I could move that inward. I'm thinking about moving the flame, which seems risky with how much shit I have here and how much I've modified this. What's up, Seagirl? How are you? How have you been? I hope you had a very good rest of your stream yesterday. I was hanging out all the way until I went live. Oh. We just lost the fucking cat. And I spit on my mic. Did he go back in the living room? You're good? How am I? So, thank you for sticking around. Well, you were making a community playlist, and I happen to... Here. If we want to... I've been told that this is brave, but considering you were making a community playlist, my Spotify interests are so fucking all over the place. Like, the shit it recommends to me is wild. Or, like, I mentioned that my day list is pretty weird. It's currently 2010's commercial night, which includes Chainsmokers. This is actually a bunch of new stuff that I haven't seen. Usually I find a handful of things that I've liked. There's a couple of things in here, including The Script, Will I Am, Calvin Harris with Ellie Goulding, some Marshmallow Khalid, some Avicii, Wake Me Up, more Avicii. Apparently it made its algorithm based on like Calvin Harris and Avicii today. But we have a lot of weird things we've made, so, well liked. So there are... I log every single thing I've ever liked, and I create all of these like master playlists too, where every month I store the things that I've liked. I'm not sure why it's April. I think that's in another language. I also have April, although that says 3 weeks ago. But every month I take the things that I've liked and have them automatically put into an album, and then I take all of those things and put those into a master album. So I have this going back like years. So in addition to being able to see like my top songs 2022 versus top songs like 2019, I think I've had this that long. Yeah, 2021. I also, 2018. I also will go through and then just check all of my liked songs like in entirety, where I have this like Ultimix, which includes things going back a very long time that has all kinds of stuff in it. Yeah, I mean, if you want to see even just like what it thinks I like right now, here, let's go to... Where is my most recent top songs? So here's top songs 2023. So what it knows I liked. We went through a lot of struggles in 2023. So there's a lot of power vocals, Alicia Keys, John Legend, some Sam Smith, Louis Capaldi, Nina Simone, Alicia Keys. I went and saw Alicia Keys live, actually, in 2023, which was pretty awesome. I saw them at the YouTube Theater, which was amazing. They put on an amazing show. She put on an amazing show. Whitney Houston. But yeah, there's also a bunch of other stuff. So like, even within this, you have a bunch of like dubstep mixed with some, looks like Taylor Swift. There's a lot in here. Celine Dion, Elton John, Milky Chance, Queen, Post Malone, Zach Hemsey, who does a lot of like game stuff. There's a lot that's going on here. But you go back, let's see what my 2021 looks like. Well, fuck it. I mean, we can just even show 2022. 2022, Hamilton mixtape, Rage Against the Machine, more Alicia Keys. I liked her before just last year, or the last couple of years. I've liked her for a really long time, actually. Even more Hamilton mixtape. I was supposed to go and see Hamilton when COVID let up, and then that also got canceled. Amazing Spider-Man 2. It is so all over the place. More Taylor Swift from Midnights here. Grammatic. More Rage Against the Machine. I probably had some of these albums just on playlists, or just on like repeat too, which is why it's probably referencing whole albums. But if I go to what it thinks I like from even just the release radar, which is what I was trying to pull out here, I try to archive a lot of that too. So you can see here, this says like 5 days ago. I don't know if you can actually see all that. Well, you can see most of it. So I set up these where it also started archiving. Hamilton was on my rap for like 4 years in a row. Yeah, I mean, for sure. But this I store the same way as even my liked. So even though you can see I don't have all of these in my liked list, it still stores everything it thinks I want to listen to from both my Discover Weekly and my release archive. So I just started doing this more recently, or in like the last year and a half. Well, 2022, last 2 years ago. I guess we're getting closer to 2025. So I store everything, whether I've liked it or not. But in terms of things that I have liked, it is all over the fucking place. Like, I had a bunch of stuff that I went through from albums just in the last couple of days. But this should go all the way back. Yeah, 2016. Yeah, so I did have like whole albums that I liked at the time from there. We've got like Outkast, Blink-182, Everlast, The Verve, Daft Punk, Third Eye Blind, Lupe Fiasco, Eminem, like J. Cole, T.I. When I say I have eclectic interests and tastes, I think Spotify just doesn't know what the fuck to do with me sometime. Won the Hamilton Lottery in LA back in 2017. Oh, so you got to see them before COVID. I can't show it without doxing the fuck out of myself, but if I could pull up my Ticketmaster, I had tickets to go see them in 2019, like nice tickets, and then they got canceled for COVID, and then they redid it and were like, oh, everything's fine, we'll be back in a few months once things reopen, and I got new tickets for 2020. That didn't fucking happen, because we all know nothing fucking reopened, at least at the way that we hoped it would. And then 2022, they were supposed to do it, but they changed all the cast, and like they ended up delaying a bunch of it, so I was like, fuck it. I'm just gonna watch this shit a bunch of times on Disney Plus. But yeah, this is my Spotify for anyone who's interested. It is a weird mix. There's also a lot of classical in here too, so I have a bunch of custom-made playlists that I listen to quite often. And so I have like Mellow Evening, which this is actually, I think, a Spotify one made for me. But we have a few that we regularly return to, including just classics, which I've made, which is a ton of stuff I listen to on repeat. Same thing with rock classics, which are just classic rock songs. Most of this is from like 2016 to 2018. And then Prefect, which is a mix of things that I pulled from a bunch of other places that were considered like perfect songs. Same thing with Mind Fuel. used to listen to this a lot when I worked out. That, and there should also be ham radio. Yeah, ham radio was another one I used to listen to a lot when I worked out. It's a mix of like hard rock and rap stuff. So, yeah. Kitchen Swagger. It's a Spotify made playlist, but I've liked a lot of the things that are on this. If I show it. It's mostly just like mellow beats mixed with like some Lenny Kravitz, the occasional like Mary J. Blige or like Mariah Carey and stuff. My playlists are semi-organized primarily because I've made most of them. Like if you look at like, here, I'll put myself at the top with Jackson so you can see. Oh, Jackson's still not there. I should go find the cat actually. But if you look at like the majority of the playlists I have made by Jay Vicarian, or these are automatically made using If This Then That. So I have If This Then That, put everything I like into a monthly list, and then dump all of those into those archives I was talking about, where it automatically puts, oh, these are just, I've changed the date added for, maybe not. What I don't like is you used to be able to search within your playlists, and I should have a more recent Discover Weekly archive. That I thought I just pulled up. There's Release Radar and Discover Weekly. Oh, Release Archive. I changed the name of them, and Discover Weekly Archive. So these are things I've made, but some of it just using, here, if you've never heard of If This Then That, you can automate like settings where you can have it do. This is even how I post in Discord when I go live. So you can set it and link it to a lot of different things, including like Spotify. So you can automatically create a Discover Weekly archive, or quickly add songs to specific playlists, or have it transfer like every liked song, not just to a liked playlist, but to create like monthly playlists, which is why you'll see like in here you have January, February, March, April. And I'm not sure why this one's April, but where it keeps track of all my liked stuff, and where I keep an archive of everything I've ever liked by kind of like an archive standpoint and by month. And then I just have like the general Spotify liked songs, which is everything across all time going back to like 2016. Yeah, it's super nifty. And it does mess with some of my recommendations a little bit sometimes. Like there's things that I will listen to that, like even from the day list, which is this, it's like you listen to Hollywood and international at night. So it's recommending commercial, international, nostalgia, global, Hollywood, electric. I don't know what the fuck Hollywood means. But that's probably why it's recommending a bunch of Calvin Harris and shit in here. Yeah, my daily drive is actually something I do listen to a lot. It pulls in things you've liked, as well as like a lot of playlists and things you listen to. So if Adagio is still in here, she'll recognize that it's recommending I'll Make a Man Out of You, which I listened to because she did a song redeem, and I didn't know that song very well, or I'd seen Mulan a handful of times but didn't know it well enough to sing it. So I listened to the shit out of it, and now it constantly gets recommended. But I do listen to, as well as starting all of my streams with NPR News Now, I listen to Up First every morning, as well as the Marketplace Morning Report. And then I'll generally try to listen to the Wall Street Journal, the Daily Journal Report, as well as a few other like podcasts and things on here too. Sue Lee, I should also recommend. This should also be a liked song. Is a content creator. She mostly does things on YouTube, but I found her through a lot of YouTube streaming, and she does amazing, amazing things. So I try to support content creators and other people that I've found through the platform and stuff as well. But the Daily Drive is one that I listen to very, very regularly, almost every day. And if I go back to my home, if you want to see how much of a true nerd I am, it mostly recommends podcasts to me. So you'll see like the stuff I play every day on stream. NPR News right here. It's going to recommend, usually in the morning, the NPR like daily rundown or Up First, which is right here. And then the Marketplace Morning Report, which if I just click on these just to show that I'm not like making this up in real time, like the Up First does have more than daily releases, but you can see like played, played. And same thing if we go to the morning report. Played. So hard to fake kind of stuff. Like, I am truly a fucking huge nerd about a lot of these things. Same thing with a lot of this, which I do now support. I mean, I donate to NPR directly, so that's why we just play it directly through their site. But, well, I guess I can't show all the old ones of this. But a lot of this stuff screws with a lot of my recommendations, or why most of the things it does often recommend are based on some of the things that I've listened to recently, which I'm now getting deep into the details of showing. But is often a lot of podcasts mixed in with a wide variety of different music. So, anyways, if anyone has questions about If This Then That, or ways to import other playlists or automate making archives of your Discover Weekly or release record archive, I'm happy to dive into any of that stuff as well. Let's go find the cat, though. I said I was going to do that before I dove into my Spotify, and then I failed you. We found him super fast. He was in one of the few places I normally see him, so that... Gonna have to explore that later. Well, you know where to find me, both on Twitch and in Discord, if either of you have any questions. Okay. We're supposed to be making progress in this game, though. Which also gets very laggy when you tab out. Like, do you see that? How it, like, immediately starts looking shitty? Versus when I'm tabbed in. Boom. It's an interesting artifact. Okay, but we've realized we do need more resources. So we have plenty of that. And metal. Shroudwood, we could use some more of. Same thing with this city wall block. Actually, I don't even know how to get the city wall block. But we also, yeah, we were supposed to test the seed bed too. Can I not do this at an angle? Fuck. Guess you can't do this at an angle. Oh, no, you can. Sweet. Actually, we can put the... We can get rid of this. So I can do the same thing with this. I don't have free space. What? Why? Why the fuck can I place it right in front of the fire but not over here? I just picked it up from here. God damn it. Some of that doesn't make any sense. I'm just gonna stick it in the wall for now. I do want to put this on here though. So I think that'll look cool. And this doesn't do anything unless it's on a fire, I don't think. Actually put that away. Okay, I want to test this in different spots, though, which is what we were actually trying to get at. So let's do deep underground. That is definitely fully underground. And then we'll put one up here. Shit, I need to turn this off. I think we want to try and make... I don't have fossilized bone dust, which most of these take, right? I do have water and chamomile. You can actually just make some of these cool trees. Farm soil, twigs, and water is what they all take. I should have all that. Let's go for farm soil. Plenty of that. Twigs. Where are sticks? Fuck. I really wish you could label these things. Oh, you can't do bigger than stacks of 100. I don't even have 100 water, so I don't know why I give a shit. Did move the water recently. I want to say it was like to one of these. Sorry for having to watch me figure out my fucking inventory. There it is. Oh, I do have 100 water. Hell yeah, dude. Okay. And then I just crafted at the thing. Sorry, we haven't done this very much. You can't tell. What? I have all these literally in my inventory. Twigs, farm soil, water. Okay. Oh, okay. Well, that's working. Oh, it takes 2 water for everything. No? All right, well, if we can craft the stuff, then I'm assuming we might be able to grow this stuff in here, too. Okay, and that was Rebel Woods. We'll do... No, that was Rebel Red. Rebel Wood Red. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Actually, I think I have one more of these in here, don't I? I do! Fuck it, let's place it in here and see if that works. Why the hell not? Ten of those. And I guess I can do 20 of each then. Sweet! What are the coolest looking trees? Because I can do a little bit more. Or we might unlock more, so let's not get greedy. Oh, I do want to make a well, though, too. That was the other thing we were going to try and craft. I think we have to do that at a person, though. Crafts people? Blacksmith, maybe? No? Carpenter? No? Fuck. Not gonna lie, the UI is a little wonky for this, because you have to, like, do it this way. Carpenter, water well. 20 linen, 100 stone. What the fuck is a wooden... How do I make the wooden bucket? I can make that right now. 2 planks, 1 sheet, 1 charcoal. Sticks. Here's our planks. Oh shit, we're running low on those too. 2 planks. I already forgot. 1 charcoal. Metal sheets. So 2 metal sheets, 2 charcoal. We're gonna make one for our friend too. Oh sweet, charcoal's right here too. And then we need from there to do 200 stone and 40 linen. Fuck, I don't even think I have 40 linen. What is need for linen? I think I need to put this thing down. It's like a spindle or something. Fuck, where's the spindle at? Takes 2 flax. Yeah, I have a bunch of string, but not linen. We need 40 linen. How much flax do we have? I should have made flax in that fucking thing. Oh, we've got a bunch of flax. How much can 100 flax make? Well, I guess if it's 2, we can make 50. Fucking math, you know? Wait, what? Oh yeah, that is gonna give me 50. And I think we only need 40, right? Yeah, we only need 40 and 200 stone. Which we definitely have the stone. We just confirmed that. We had 1,000. Boom! So we'll make 2 buckets. How long is this gonna take? 7 minutes and 45 seconds. Okay. Let's go. Get some more glowy blocks, which we should be able to do from right next to us now, too. Yeah, I want to kind of like build back up because I mined. Well, I didn't mine. I cleared a bunch of this terrain out, and you can tell right here where it's like flattened. But I'd love to like build it back up to this. There's all this natural copper and stuff because I think this just looks cool as hell. We also have a shitload of flax right around us. But somewhere over here. I guess we could do some of these individual chests too. Get some of these low-level rewards. Focus. Focus! 7 minutes. All right, we've got plenty of time. Yeah, here's the cave. So we did find a place that had some of this luminous block right next to us. Come here, bats. Come here, motherfucker. Right. Those things actually hurt a lot, surprisingly. There's also lightning bats that do extra damage to you. Not today! Fuck yeah. right. Oh, I put all my arrows away. I can't use my bow. Oops. Also can't double jump. What the fuck? Our game just crashed. Okay, that's not ideal. Not like this. Not like this. What was it? It's like Switch? APOC? Who was it that said that? One of those two, I think. I think it was Switch. Yeah, it was Switch. Not like this. Oh, sweet. We're back at our fucking house. At least we kept all of our stuff. Okay. I am excited for the Matrix 5. I hope it doesn't turn into a complete shit show. Or get stuck in development hell. But they just recently announced that was going on. Which seems awesome. Should mine this out while we're here too, I guess. Since it resets pretty quickly. What did I think of Matrix 4? I liked a lot of the nostalgia factor. I don't think it developed much in terms of the actual story, which is what I was hoping for more of. They seem to kind of allude to that. I do think it was cool to play on like the real life Keanu and like him being an actor. It was just playing a character. But whether or not they're gonna really develop that out like they did in the first two Matrix movies, I was looking for a bit more of that, especially even with like the Unreal demo that they had for like the PlayStation and a lot of the stuff that they teased. It seemed like it was gonna really build out the storyline. Yeah, it felt very deliberate and meta. That's a good way to put it. It was very meta rather than like actually like a play on what has happened since the Matrix 3, since like Revolutions. I actually liked 1 and 2 a lot. Like Matrix and Matrix Reloaded. I mean, everybody I think liked 1, but I really liked Reloaded, which got a lot of shit. I just think even it got a little bit not only meta, but seemed to, you know, start playing into the whole like multiverse theory. There being multiple versions of the one and all that kind of stuff. And I was hoping that 4 was going to really build on that rather than kind of just become its own thing. But bringing everybody back, I guess besides like Lawrence Fishburne, was awesome. And I love the nostalgia factor for a lot of it. And despite it being meta, I mean, maybe I'm just a huge nerd, but I liked it as like its own standalone kind of thing. But I'd be lying if I said I liked it more than 1, 2, or Animatrix. Like the Animatrix was also great. I own the Matrix. They did like the re-digitalization for 4K Blu-ray, and I bought that with like the Animatrix included. And I've watched that a couple of times. In fact, I had a person I was dating who had never seen anything but the first one, and the only time they'd seen the first one was long ass time ago when they were like a kid. And we watched all of them, and they didn't end up really liking anything but the first one, and that's why we're no longer together. I mean, that's not the entire reason, but it was just like, okay. I don't know if I fully agree with the reasons you dislike this. I don't know if this is gonna work out. It sounds shallow as fuck, but There were some rumors that the Wachowskis were kind of forced to make it in order to keep control of their vision. Yeah, I mean, there's even been some of that popping up with 5, which is why I'm hoping that it ends up being a much more well-developed piece than just something that's like trying to maintain the IP, or even just like a new meta retelling. And again, even going back to some of my excitement for 4, like when the PS5 launched, they had the whole Unreal demo, and like the biggest Unreal demo that was available was a Matrix thing that tied into the games. Here, fuck, I'll see if I can even pull it up. It might also get me DMCA'd, but we'll see. Fucking shit! I hope it isn't this cave that like is getting me DC'd. Because this thing is kind of weird to try to get back up. It like won't let me get back up there. Ooh, wizard pants. Our friend might like that. But yeah, what is the PlayStation Matrix demo, I guess? The Matrix Awakens, an Unreal 5 engine experience. Yeah. I wish I had my PlayStation in here, but this came out like fucking 3 years ago. And they never did anything with it. Like, they totally made it seem like they were going to. I wonder if there's like a video of this. Yeah, here, we'll just watch this really quick. Actually, I should probably... Well, here, we'll put it at a small volume. Play this shit in 4K. Like, even this is meta and ties back to the opening scene in The Matrix.
Hi, I'm Thomas Anderson. Like many of you, I work with computers. I like the freedom I feel outside the limitations of the real world. But computers are also mirrors, reflecting back who and what we are and the choices we make, the worlds we build. They also confront us with questions about why we want to choose this over that. Why we want to make X instead of Y. Where do ideas of who we are and what we want even come from?
You take the red pill, and I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes.
This isn't real.
What is real?
How do you define real?
For instance, I'm not even sure why I'm here. I remember waking up and thinking that I'm supposed to come here. That it was important for me to ask people, how do we know what is real? Hi, I'm Keanu Reeves. Over 20 years ago, I first played the character Thomas Anderson in the Matrix trilogy. Those films pioneered digital cinema with shots like bullet time. Back then, we talked a lot about where the digital age might take cinema and narrative. In an industry where actors have tried to remain perpetually young, we wondered about digital faces that could become immortal.
Hi, I'm Carrie Ann Moss, and I played Trinity in the Matrix films. 20 years ago, we asked ourselves how long it would be before faces and bodies could be changed as easily as we change clothes.
We wondered what...
What's also funny about this was before like ChatGPT, technically not before OpenAI, but before ChatGPT and a lot of the stuff that's come out, which is now like AI revolutions and things where people were even questioning and kind of suspicious or critical or wondering whether or not the intro, which they claimed was fully generated in Unreal Engine 5, was actually generated in Unreal Engine 5. And not only was it, like this whole set of scenes playing the Matrix and this whole set right here of Keanu is not Keanu. This is Unreal Engine 5.
About why we want to choose this.
Like the fact that we're now literally over 3 years later, not only not seeing a great Matrix rendition or tie-in from this stuff to the movie or the fourth one, but that we're not even really seeing the peak of what Unreal Engine 5 is capable of, or that even in the games that we've been playing recently and have been buying that have been released in the last year or developed in the 3.5 years since this stuff came out. Like, well, but that's part of my criticism too, Bach, is I was really hyped when this came out in fucking 2021 and was announced in essentially the end of 2020. Like, this is now 3 years old and we're not even seeing games or things that can keep up with this kind of shit.
We wondered, what would identity mean in a completely digital
Some Moore's
world?
Law adjacent stuff? Yeah, but it's not like shrinking resistors. Like, again, this was ran and developed in Unreal Engine 5, which plays on fucking PS5s, which were also technically developed back in like 2018 on hardware that's not even up to par with what a 4070 or 4080 can do on current AMD or Intel like CPUs, and like current Intel and AMD CPUs outperform the PS5. Current GPUs in even just the 40 series outperform the PS5. So the fact that this is something that is 3 years old, that was developed on essentially last-gen hardware, and that we don't have optimized, non-shitty variants of currently out, has nothing to do with Moore's Law or our ability to continue shrinking transistor sizes. It has to do with fucking profits and the inability for people to apparently optimize things even decently well. Like, even if you look at Steam, this is a tangent I'm going to go on right now, which I probably shouldn't, because this is a game that a friend of mine had mentioned that I was actually super hyped about, and is currently being pitched at the fucking homepage of Steam and everywhere, all over. If you look up Gray Zone, buy Gray Zone. It's currently the best Tarkov killer Call of Duty nonsense. If you watch the video for this, which I'm not even going to fucking entertain, because I did watch it, it shows a bunch of really cool stuff, aim down sights, really awesome things, and yet, for a game that literally released today, as of its release status, if you look at the actual things, performance, not very good. There are people that have like 4070 Ti's and 4080s and 4090s that aren't even getting like 30 frames per second. People also saying like, quests are flat out boring, don't interest me. It's fine to have quests like Tarkov, but like, they basically just a bunch of grab and fucking play. Or if you also look at like ADS, like for a brand new shooter game that's meant to replace like Tarkov and fucking Call of Duty, or at least some of the open stuff. Let's see if I can just find this. Oh, it says there's one. Where did it actually find this though? It doesn't even have aim down sights enabled. Like, for, I get that it's early access. It's headshot. But a lot of the reviews that I was reading on Reddit, which I figured would be mirrored here, say like the game literally doesn't even have the aim down implemented, even though it's not only in a bunch of their graphics and their trailers and stuff. Like, there's tons of crashes, or apparently you have to like pick factions that you then can't change and then won't even be able to group up with your friends on multiplayer and stuff for. Like, but the performance and stuff seems to be one of the bigger issues. And that's the stuff that blows my mind, is we've had things like, I'm going to continue playing like this, not only fully developed, but released on hardware that's now over 4 years old.
We can build feels as real as our own.
This is
What just happened?
4 years old.
What they wanted. They said they were fine with your theoretical mumbo jumbo, but they needed some sexy action.
Who said?
The marketing people.
Marketing? I thought we were supposed to have total creative control.
Welcome to the Matrix.
This is where it gets back into that. Was it just time to play for the Wachowskis? I see that tactical shooter on record that's in development. I have not.
I sometimes The hell are you doing back there?
Sorry, I was told this is a sim preparing me to fight the system.
And I get also that a lot of this is cinematic, but when you actually got into the Unreal demo, Unreal.
Word of advice: agents are bad, but whatever you do,
it was
stay the
visually
hell away from
stunning.
marketing. See you soon.
And you could drive cars, you could fucking aim down sights, like.
So, what now?
Well, yeah, but that's what reminded me of this, is how meta the movie ended up being. But also how this never turned into anything real.
Say no more.
Or unreal outside of this.
Keep them off us. You drive.
Okay.
I'll shoot.
I'll stop here. But again, this came out. When did this actually release? Because this is a video of a thing that was already on a console. And yeah, is over 2 years old. The demo for this, what does it say? When did this mention it? ...2021. So, yeah, at least 3 years old. When did Unreal Engine 5 release? I was hoping I could find this. 2020. And yet, you don't see many things. Spider-Man 2 is probably the closest thing to it. Watch the unrecord trailer. Is it unrecord, unrecord? Like, a lot of this looks realistic. Super realistic, hyper realistic. And yet we have a bunch of stuff that's been released in the last year or even in the last couple of months that are so horribly optimized. Not only does it not look like this, but if it does, you better have a 4090, and even then you're probably going to be one of the people who's the most pissed because you own a fucking like $2,000 graphics card that can't even play this shit. Unrecord, unrecord. I don't want early gameplay. I just want the actual trailer. Here we go. I have seen this. I have seen this, actually. So, hold on here. So, wasn't there a bunch of controversy about this, though? Because they claim that a lot of this was also pre-recorded, too, and hasn't actually shown anything that... Yeah, so it hasn't actually been released. So I have seen this. I'll show this, but just to be clear, there is no actual, as far as I know, I should double check this again, but there's no actual release date for this, and that all appears to be, just like for the Matrix thing, the criticism against it is that it's just a pre-recorded scene and not actually playable. The thing I liked about, and show the Matrix Unreal Engine 5 demo trailer, and again, like, why I will show... Ow. Why won't it let me type here? Can I show the actual gameplay?
So the Game Awards...
I don't want to hear you talk. I just want to see the fucking game. Oh, they're just showing the first thing. Like, why I liked this is because the actual... Once you got into the game, even on just a PlayStation 5 level graphics, even if you were going to, like, drive around, sure, the driving wasn't perfect, but the lighting and, like, the environment, like, the closest thing, again, that I've seen is, like, Spider-Man 2. But a lot of this stuff looked amazing for a demo that is now 3 years old. So, like, that's the stuff that I feel like is crazy. We have, and yeah, there's even, like, car damage. I like that they show that they drove it into a bunch of shit. Because there were, like, damage physics, and it wasn't perfect, or, like, it wasn't great. But you can see the door opening there. You can see other cars, like, smashing their windshields. Like, this is the kind of stuff that I'm sure we'll see in Grand Theft Auto 5, but even that's still more than a year out, and it shouldn't take 5 years to implement some of this stuff. Or for this is now a year old, and we still don't even have a fucking release date for it. So we can play some of this, but I am much more skeptical of anything like this actually being released for the exact same reasons. Like, we've apparently had the technology for over 2.5, or if you look at when Unreal 5 started being developed, or when it said that, like, the release stuff was, that's like 4 years ago. Why nothing like this has actually seen the light of day, or seems to actually be playable 3+ years later, is my argument. It is definitely fun to see the potential, for sure. And yeah, I have seen this before. But there's even like an outdoor area where they're in like a jungle or something. I thought. Yeah, there's like an outdoor trailer too for this. But the shitty thing is, yeah, again, like this was released a year ago. Over a year ago. And yet we don't actually have any even release date set for it. Stuff like this is just so hard to make actually playable. Well, but that's my argument is, again, Unreal Engine 5, you have a bunch of stuff on Unreal Engine 4 that's been extremely well optimized, and you go back to what we were talking about earlier, Doom, and you have stuff like the Matrix demo for Unreal Engine 5 that involved driving cars and actually doing a bunch of stuff in a fairly large open world environment that's 3 years old and was playable. Was it perfect? No. But has there been anything that's even come close to it besides maybe Spider-Man 2 since its release that's been playable? Especially even for PCs that, if we're comparing against even PlayStation 5 hardware on 40 series graphics cards and new like Intel and AMD chips, are significantly more powerful than for what even some of these games were designed for or built on and developed under. 3.5 to, if you're talking about even Spider-Man 2, like that started development over 7 years ago. So it shouldn't take a decade. Or it's sad that it seems to take a decade for things to even become decently playable on engines that have been out for quite some time. Maybe I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, but we didn't used to just be okay with 7 to 10 year development schedules, or even the Bethesdas of the world and the BioWares, and honestly, even the Blizzards, who we've come to be more critical of because of their 7 to 10 year development schedules, putting out things that were pushing the limits of graphics capabilities rather than just being horribly optimized for things that have existed for 4 or 5 years, less than 10 years ago. So I feel like it's more a problem of what the AAA gaming community has become accustomed to, and the fact that you somehow seem to need like teams of 300 plus people, or in EA's case, like 10,000 plus people to work on a handful of titles that only get released unless it's Madden or, you know, a lot of the sports games, which just get pushed out every year. Or the fact that we have even things like Overwatch, which was extremely well optimized and a great game for like Overwatch 1 when it was first released, and then slowly fell victim to those exact same problems. Overwatch 2 is a fucking update for Overwatch 1. Straight up. And even it didn't deliver on the PvE experiences and a lot of the stuff, or graphical updates and enhancements that a lot of, you know, Blizzard had promised at BlizzCon. And where do you have now? You have fucking BlizzCon canceled. And yet Blizzard making tons of money. Video game industry is just scuffed. Machines aren't the limit right now. It's budgets. Well, but that's the whole thing too. Spider-Man 2 was wildly expensive, but again, even that took almost 7 years to develop. AAA studios are forced too much on bleeding edge of technology over making a game that runs well and is fun, but those shouldn't be mutually exclusive. It shouldn't be that you can't have things that are pushing the limit and also well optimized and fun. I understand there's a lot of controversy and, you know, issues over things being developed console first, which even for Spider-Man 2 or even Spider-Man 1, which released on PC like 4 years after it released on console, that's part of the problem, is you have to dumb things down to PS5 technology, which at this point is technically like 6 years old or 5 years old. maybe even a little bit more if you talk about like when it was developed compared to what's available on the market now. But that doesn't mean that the BioWares and the Obsidians and the Bethesdas or the Steam or the Valves of the world weren't making games on regular, like even 2 or 4 year release schedules that were pushing the limits of hardware and weren't completely horribly optimized, even just in the last decade. So I feel like this is a problem that we've all just kind of come to accept because of the extreme profit focus. And honestly, I think just acceptance from a large portion of developers where it's like, who gives a shit if it's horribly optimized? Or even the running joke with like the Bethesda stuff is with each release, stuff became less well optimized because they knew the modding community would essentially just step in and help them. But that also really only applies to PC gaming, which they seem to be putting on the back burner as well. Like, when was the Elder Scrolls 5 announcement? Let's see. Even that was a few years ago now. Announcement. Shit, I can't spell. Or the Elder Scrolls 6. The Elder Scrolls 6 announcement trailer was 5 years ago. Well, but even then, again, Doom, so like, Skyrim was playable on launch. Oblivion was playable on launch. Morrowind was playable on launch. Did they require a lot of patches? Did they require a lot of modding effort and stuff to get like really fun or to be great? Yes. Fallout 4, Fallout 3 were playable on launch. I know because I stood in line at like fucking GameStops and Best Buys and places to buy physical copies of a lot of those games. But that's my whole point, though, is to say, like, oh, it's just really hard to optimize games nowadays, or, like, everything's pushing towards bleeding edge. Elder Scrolls 6 has been not only in development for more than 5 years, but was announced 5 years ago, and we still don't even have a fucking release date for. Skyrim came out in, what, 2011. This is a 13-year-old game. And is the last in the franchise. You look at the timetable between Oblivion and Skyrim, 5 years. Why is it taking 3 times as long to release a game that may also, as you're saying or joking, like, not even be well optimized? Like, that's the stuff that it's weird that we've become accustomed to. Or that we're just now kind of in acceptance of. If it isn't a Call of Duty or EA Sports game, we've just kind of seemed to be okay with the fact that it's not only going to be released horribly optimized, or for a lot of the stuff like we were looking at even just earlier, it may not even have all the features that it claimed it was going to have in the trailers for it, but oh shit, I threw my thing down. Now it's probably gone. Ugh. That's what I get for getting distracted. But if we go back to the original part of the argument, it's not that the technology is not there. Or I get the AAA games are being pushed to like create like bleeding edge kind of stuff. But they've already done that. Like Unreal 5 has been out for four plus years. And we've had demos like the Matrix demo and stuff that came out like 3 years ago that showed that it is possible to have these things even running on consoles in relatively decent frame rates. And yet we haven't seen a single game that's even touched some of those capabilities yet. Nearly 4.5 or 5 years later. Fuck, wrong direction. Or even if we talk about like the game Scare Ritual, which we were playing the other night, like I wouldn't say that those graphics are leagues better than what you'd find in Black Ops 3. Another game that has been out. Well, there's Black Ops 4 and like Modern Warfare re-release, Modern Warfare 2, like that have come out even since then, but are essentially just kind of like general package updates. Damn, this shit's still going. Like from a graphics perspective, I don't think it's Moore's Law. I don't think it's actually like hardware issues. I think it's a general profit focus where that optimization for pushing the envelope in that regard has been deprioritized. And it makes me sad. Okay. I think I am going to need some of that stone, though, right? I need 400 of it. As I just started putting stuff away, I realized we're supposed to be also crafting. So we need those for... the buckets. And the well... yeah, I just need the linen. Boom! Okay, so now... I think it's here. Maybe it's one more down? I think it's here. Damn it, Saribot. You failed me. My timer just set up. Is it going to notify people? It is going to notify people. Well, that's nice of you. Thank you, Saribot. All right. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. While that runs, we'll put the cat back in full view. It is a weird thing to see studios keep flopping on 6-year-long developments and then see JRPG series shit out a game every year that runs well and is usually well-liked. Yeah, but I mean, again, if you want to counter even the idea that it's difficult for companies to do this, look at Baldur's Gate 3, or things that like Larian has done, or look at a lot of the, you know, groups. Even if you want to look at like Valheim and Iron Gate Studios and stuff like this, like, or Pal World. There are plenty of companies who are releasing games that, sure, they still have their issues, but are decently well optimized and pushing the envelope in their categories with teams that are a fraction of the size of most AAA studios. And even in like Larian's case, not even accepting or needing to take in as much, you know, funding and things for that development. So the argument that it costs too much money, takes these huge teams, requires a large amount of development effort, are, I think, just bullshit that we've started feeding ourselves or been willing to accept. But anyways, I am gonna go pee really quick. I'm just trying to swap my camera. Hello, Noel! How are you? Uh-oh, I think I just woke the cat up by yelling. That's okay. Trying to find the camera that's not zoomed in for him. I don't think I have it. Oh, I think that is the one that's not zoomed in. The other one I have is even more zoomed in. Oh, that looks bad. Okay. I'll be right back. I just have to pee. I think he's gonna follow me. Pretty positive he's gonna follow me, actually. Been fine. Been playing Baldur's Gate for too long. Past 2 days, hit 14 hours. That's awesome. Not gonna judge you for that at all. In fact, that was what we were just talking about, is how it's shitty how many games are coming out that especially have been in development for even longer than Baldur's Gate was, that are not only more horribly optimized, but have required teams that are massively larger, and where those games have not only not held up to the shit that they said that they were going to do, or have fallen victim to hoping modding communities and other people will patch and make their games even just decently well optimized or playable, but don't push the envelope in the way that we know the envelope can be pushed, given what a large number of people and even the tech demos for a lot of these platforms, looked like years ago. Or even Baldur's Gate is now a year and a half old. When did Baldur's Gate release? Look at that. BG3. Yeah, Baldur's Gate released August 2023. It was not even a year old. But I would say still, I guess it did have a 7-year development window. So I can't give Larian too much credit on that side. But Larian, I'm pretty sure, is a company of like less than 500 employees. Or if we're going back even just like 4 or 5 years, some of the other stuff they put out. Hey, a little bit. It was like less than 250 employees not that long ago. Like, I'd be surprised if they didn't grow significantly after Baldur's Gate 3. Well, and the other Baldur's Gate stuff, but you could say the same thing for the EA and BioWare and all of the other developers out there too, or especially even those that should have learned from the community and the modding community, or those who have helped with the development and optimization for games, like the Bethesdas of the world, where Fallout and the Elder Scrolls have been on the same engines for a long time, and even if those engines have had updates, they're still not only on 7-year development timelines, but are now on 15+ year development timelines, it seems like. And have massively grown as companies. So I'll take the Larians of the world pushing the envelope with games that, even if they did take 6 or 7 years to develop, aren't trash. And take literally a fraction of the size of a team to develop. Whether they're building upon the foundation of previous things, the fact that they're able to build upon a foundation of previous things they've done as a small team even supports my argument even more. And it's stuff that the BioWares and the Valves and a lot of those of the world. I mean, my name is fucking Jay Vicarian. If I wasn't a huge nerd about like Mass Effect and a lot of the things that or Dragon Age, and a lot of things that BioWare has done, which in many cases did push the envelope, not only even in terms of like game design. Sure, Mass Effect 3 had lots of development problems. Mass Effect Andromeda, notorious for being trash at its launch, but were quickly updated, even faster than what you would consider like No Man's Sky in those terms. And before they were acquired by EA, were folded then into like Microsoft and like all the shenanigans that happened with some of those things. Released very good games on schedules that, even if you're looking at the difference between Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3, didn't take literally fucking a decade or 7 years between each to launch. So I blame capitalism because we keep just buying trash and not expecting it to be updated. Yeah, here's the release schedule for Mass Effect. 2007, 2010, 2012. Yes, there was a 5-year gap for Andromeda, but even between these, extremely great games that won multiple awards, and I'd say did push the envelope in many ways. Come on. You come on up here. He's like rubbing my legs. He doesn't seem to want to hang out. And then you can even almost see it. Like, then they sold out and got folded into the EA umbrella. I don't know if it even shows. How do I see that? So that was around the same time, right? Yeah. EA acquisition. Mass Effect on hiatus shortly after. Team Balloons, games get worse. And put on longer development schedules. Make it fucking make sense. Final Fantasy? Yeah. See a 35-year timeline of it just dropping off the cliff. But the same thing, though. I get from a shareholder and investor's perspective, it's like, well, but we know the sentiment about our games is decreasing overall. However, sales go up. Numbers go up. Who cares if we have to do annual rifts or reductions in force and lay off 10 to 20% of our workforce every 4 years? And if even in those 4-year periods, we barely release anything of decent value in terms of actual gaming, numbers go up. So this goes back to my argument on even the voting stuff that we were talking about earlier. Don't buy shitty games. Don't pre-order games that have been in development for 8 years and, might even have pre-release or pre-order reviews saying don't live up to the hype. The fact that people just keep buying trash is part of the reason I feel like we get more and more trash released. And also why a large portion of the games that I play are from more indie developers, smaller developers, even if in early access, I think are more feature complete than even other stuff we see. I think the biggest example, oh yeah, I just read that. Like this game, compared to even a lot of other games, shit, I need to actually craft this stuff. Sorry, before I get too distracted. We need 2 wooden buckets so we can make 2 water wells. Oh, fuck, we don't have masonry tools? God damn it. I guess if they have the exclamation, that means we need to do a quest for it, right?
Go get them.
Find masonry tools. Fuck. See, but even this, like, even if the UI isn't great or isn't perfect, has a lot of problems, or even if there have been a couple of crashes we've experienced, like, I'd say that from even a graphical standpoint and being able to run around in an open world voxel area where I can destroy literally almost any part of the universe or the world and fucking fly around, like, this is by far better than some of the other stuff AAA studios have been putting out, and more feature complete than even, stuff that I've been hoping for in this area. Like, I was a person who really looked forward to EQ Next, EverQuest Next, which was part of Sony Online Entertainment before they decided to kill off the project and fold that whole division. But EQ Next promised voxel building in the same way that this game has actually delivered 6 or 7 years ago. And like, it didn't even have fucking gliding or a full quest system. I mean, it promised having a quest system, but even from just a voxel building and general performance standpoint, like, this game, I may not be showing it perfectly as a streamer because I have my settings cracked out, but like, I'm playing this on great settings and in 2K. Like, I get that it's not 4K, but if my stream looks laggy or if the graphics look choppy, it's because my computer is not perfect in terms of I don't have a separate streaming machine. This looks flawless on my machine. It's wild that Assassin's Creed manages to run smoothly and at least consistently expanded their games every 2-ish years. Not 4K, unwatchable. Not 4K HDR. I do have a wish list if you want to click on my throne link and buy me a 4090 and I'll build a separate computer. I already did do a build stream if you want to look at my previous build. The computer I'm currently playing on, I went to Micro Center on Black Friday like a peasant and bought all the parts in person and then built live on Twitch. But if anyone wants to gift me the components for another computer, I will gladly build a 4K 60 frame per second or 4K 60. Shit, I'll build an 8K 120 rig if you buy me this shit for it. I know that this now sounds like pandering and begging, but it's also me being a little bit facetious. I don't actually expect anybody to do that, which is why I bought all my shit myself. But my whole point is that, like, this game is great in comparison to a lot of other shit that's been released. 4090, just wait for a 5090. I mean, I bought a 4070 Ti after saying I was going to wait for the next series because my 1070 Ti literally shit the bed, but was outperforming even a lot of the 20 and lower, like even the 3060 didn't outperform like the 1080s, which is nuts. But that also kind of goes back to shit that people have just become acceptant of, complacent with, I guess is a better way to phrase that. Who also just messaged me on Discord. One second. Okay. I'll respond to that later. Spotty, I'm sorry I didn't see your DM if you are still in here. You off to bed, Bach? Well, have a good night. I appreciate that. I will say, this is the cutest shit I've ever seen. This is some of the cutest shit I've ever seen. I'm sorry if you don't feel comfortable with me sharing this live, but this is so fucking cute. I love this so much. I'm just going to reply to this really quick. Just saying, sorry I didn't see this earlier. I love this so much. Experiment all you want. I trust your judgment. Okay. Back to this, where we've realized we've now crafted these fucking things that we can't do anything with, which is kind of hilarious. And sad. I guess, can you put them down as decorations? It says used to decorate your home. Oh, you totally can. Oh, I wonder if the kettle... Oh, okay. Okay. Now I wonder if actually if I place the kettle over an actual campfire, if that'll unlock additional recipes. Because I just put that away like an idiot. But it does say, even though it's furniture, what does it actually say on it? Can be suspended over a fireplace. So I put that on top of this fireplace, and it didn't do anything. But maybe I'm not crafting the right kind of fireplace. Who would craft the fireplace? The carpenter? Has anyone else in chat played this game? I know I've said I don't want any tips on, like, progression, but where do I fucking craft some of this stuff? That's not even his stuff anymore either, so I feel like I'm doing something wrong. Okay. I know this is repetitive, and I'm sorry if this seems boring, but the whole goal for this stream was to do some building and to build out the new things that we haven't done yet. Oh, yeah, just walked back by, so he might be going back to the living room. No? You going to the other bedroom? No? Alright, I promise we'll bring the kitty back as soon as he returns. But I need to find out where we make the fireplace. Illumination. Lamp. None of these are a fireplace. Fireplaces. Bronze bars. Fired brick. You have copper. Oh, it probably does need to hang off of that. And we can't make bronze without tin. Although I do have tin ore now. Fucking shit. And tin requires wood acid, which I also forgot how to make. It's like one. Oh shit. Where do we make wood acid? Definitely not here. Alchemists? Fuck. I don't remember where to make wood acid. Just to be fully transparent, I am showing what I'm doing here. Just looked up wood acid wiki. Charcoal kiln. Okay. Where's that? That's outside? Wood, logs, and dirt. Okay. I can make one of those. Or I think I actually have one of those already up here. So many things we have to craft. Do I have one of those? Wrong chest. Do. I guess also just to double check, there's no way to like hang this in front of this. Like just place it stupidly in front of it or something. I can place it on top. I had that before. I didn't do anything. All right, let's just place all this shit. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that it? We already have one of those. I'm fine with that. I don't even know if I'm gonna have enough space for all this wood, though. No. The answer is no. Well, the answer is technically yes. Is this done? Yes. right, well, we found out we can also make plants and shit inside. Oh, that's the kiln. That's not the forge. Where do I make the upgraded kiln? Oh my god. I refuse to go back just to make a kiln. So we're gonna do some exploring. Let's gather our crafted trees. Oh yeah, I moved it up here. And then we should have one more in the darkness. Our fucking Minecraft tunnel. We'll give these to our friend. I guess I already have a pair. Let's do stack in hundreds. Just good to know. Fur. We're also getting full on. Comfortable. I get my torch back. Which had to have disappeared at this point. Unfortunately. Which means we will need to go back to craft a fucking torch. I think that's from the hunter? Oh yeah, I can't see it. What does the upgraded torch take? Torch. Takes twigs, torn cloth, resin, wax. None of that shit. Just one. Make two. And we've got arrows again, but not... Why can't I use my bow? Patent my block. I already had rebound. I'm not sure why that reset either. Although, I could actually change that. I don't think that really matters. Okay. Yeah. Ah, no. Fuck, is that gonna work? Twigs, torn cloth, resin wax. Here, we'll see if we can pull the cat back up here too. He's probably on the couch. CatCam! Magic. Okay. Oh, shit. We'll craft our torches and then do some personal quests. Who was it? Crafted these?
Everything ends.
Oh, gammon.
May the flame guide your way.
Boom. Wow, that is a lot of flax. Okay, let's start with the earliest quests. Because we know for a fact a lot of these do not give decent stuff. What? Lone Thistle. I mean, shit, we can fly there. We can actually just run there from here. Time for your shit. Yeah, I mean, going back to the conversation before, like, this stuff looks great and plays extremely well. Could it have additional features and better questing, better multiplayer stuff? For sure. Are those reasons I dislike the game? Not really. Oh shit, I also forgot to put the charcoal kiln down. Oh, what the fuck? Boy, do I wish it was still daytime. Oh, fuck. We almost died. Oh, my God. Now we're in a fucking hole. When the years of Bethesda jumping does not pay off. Oh, yeah. Once you realize how to run and jump in this game, it becomes much easier. Just takes a minute. Oh shit, I'm not even tracking this quest either. These should be low level. Yeah. Well, 15 is not low level. Oh shit, I'm almost dead. Oh fuck. It's not looking as promising as I was hoping. Okay. Not as smooth as I was hoping, but that'll work. Where's my regen food? Shit, did I? Oh, it's just that. Much better. Partake in ethical grave digging. Cursed blade was buried in long thistle alongside its former owner. You do the people resting at the graveyard a favor by retrieving that forsaken item. It's buried underneath a tree. See many trees here. Oh, there's one. Could it be that tree? Oh. I don't see any other trees. And here's gravestones. Wonder how deep we have to go. Oh, it might be this tree. See the little square now. Hey! Level 11. Nice, though. Lost in the Shroud. I have a bunch of these that were at, like, the first step of, so maybe I can do that. Oh, shit, that's way north. I can't fast travel because we're in the fucking shroud. Ah! Okay. don't know if we're gonna be able to make that. No, it's gonna be just a little short. Fuck. Hold on 1 second. I don't know if we're gonna be able to do this on foot. Maybe? There we go. Investigate the hunter camp. Found signs of Althalan Scree's travels through the Revelwood. She must have a camp nearby. Explore the hunter camp and look around. Oh shit. Is this the camp? Can't see shit. Oh, fuck. Well, that makes sense. There's a bunch of people here, though. Sir, how dare you? That wasn't so bad. I've entered the thicket. Plenty of cover, but too much mud. I'm leaving footprints. I miss the solid rocky mountain paths, kicking pebbles down chasms to wait for the echo. Strange odor hangs over the bog. Foul and fermented, it reminds me of the distilleries near Howling Pike. Decided to avoid Glenwood's End. Too much activity and I taste copper in the water. Bad omens. I'll drift away from here as soon as possible. Get out of here with your one fucking bandage. Battle by the bridge. I know you must have been there. The ones that fled in had terror in their eyes. The shroud, they said with a trembling voice. The shroud blanketed everything. Still, the armies of Vorgoth continued to battle. Please tell me, did you breathe it in? Are you still in there, my little brother? Leading the flock as commander? I survey the valley when the sun is highest in the sky, but I detect no motion. I put my ear to the ground, but hear no marching of heavy boots. If you're in there, please give me a side, Talion. I will carry you out of my back, just like the old days. Your sister, Alphalan. Just Talian and Alphalan. Nothing up here? Can I fit through this? Hell yeah, I can. Whole lot of not shit here, though. How do we open this? Can I break this? Ineffective. New marker. Hey, Kate! How are you? Enjoy your lurk. Lurkers are always welcome here. Thanks for stopping by, though. I hope you're doing well. What is this? God of the North, Lord Vorgoth, your blighted, demented adversary. You were a mad, raving shadow of a leader. I want you to know following your orders makes me sick. Told I paid in blood. No army will protect you. Cross every chasm, scale every mountain, and brace against the bitter cold. Push myself beyond the physical capacity of man to find you. When I do, my aim will be true. I swear on my brother's honor. I'm good, better today than I was previously, so that's awesome. Well, that is great to hear. When I said, I hope you're doing well, I am doing well. I am looking at having a very long day tomorrow and probably on Thursday. But in order to relieve my mind of the last couple weeks of horridness, I am going to go camping by the ocean in Santa Barbara this weekend. I have a friend who's going to stop by and house sit, take care of Jackson, give me a little bit of a break. So I'm going to have my first reprieve that isn't work related. It's the last one I had, even though it was in Vegas, was for work stuff, basically this year. So we're gonna go do that. I used to go camping every quarter. That's now gone down to like 2 or 3 times a year. So I'm happy to get at least my first camping session of the year in the first, well, I guess now handful of months. It's now technically May, I guess. I absolutely love camping too. I'm going to do it pretty bare bones style, just taking a tent, a sleeping bag, some fire supplies, and basically a bunch of dry food. There will be some other people coming who I know are bringing like coolers and cookable food. I'm going to take some cast iron too and stuff to cook on, but I'm going to try to keep it pretty limited and just enjoy nature for a few days. So it should be fun. I'm looking forward to it a lot. I camp differently than that, then you're glamping. Oh, I mean, some of the people that are coming that I know are bringing like 6-person tents with like queen size inflatable air mattresses. Or one person was like, you don't have like a cot or like an extra cot, do you? I was like, I own 2 hammocks. I can bring hammocks, but you have to string those up between trees. Do you sleep in those? Yes, I've slept in those multiple times. One of them I do technically have a little bug net attachment for, but I'm not gonna take that because I'll sleep just on the ground in my tent. But yeah, different than that, I totally agree, is getting into glamping. But where we are going, thankfully, I mean, it's not really actually a glamping site. So I've done plenty of like hiking, camping, or even on stream. I busted out like my Deuter, like 50-liter backpack that I take, that I put like a bear vault in. And if I want to do it like really rugged, I've done a bunch of I even have a poop shovel, folds up and attaches to my backpack. So I can dig my little, like poop holes and stuff. This place isn't at that level, but it's also not like, it has the toilets, but they're like the concrete shit in a hole toilets. It's not like flushables or anything like that. So I'd say it's in between. It's not a fully developed glamping site where people will be glamping, but it's more of a little bit rugged campsite, but still has running water, and many of the people I'm going with are going to try to glamp as much as possible. Camp regularly in the Sierra Nevada. Ooh, I've done that too. So favorite moments in life have been hiking, backpacking, camping there, and setting up a hammock to read a good book. Camping is severely underrated. I 100%. Well, don't dox yourself or anything, but nothing beats camp bacon. Yes. So that's also why I have a bear vault, because a lot of the stuff, if I am taking a lot of cookable foods, what I'm going to take this time, in fact, fuck it. If you're okay with not lurking for like literally 3 minutes, give me 1 second. This is my backpack. Here. We'll put the game back in the background really quick with the cat. I guess I can just do this one. We'll put the bear vault on the cat spot. So this is my backpack, actually mostly fully loaded. It currently has a tent and a sleeping bag in it. I've got our little first aid kit. Also, before it was cool, we've got our Vault 111 little tag on it, with a little safety compass and whistle. It's full of all kinds of fun shenanigans. Lights, knives, flint and steel. But inside this, our bear vault, instead of a bunch of perishables, and even things like backpacking, I just recently, and I mean by recently, like yesterday night and this morning, filled up with a bunch of fun stuff, which I'd like to show off on stream. So this is what it looks like open. And inside, we have some astronaut ice cream. We have, which one is this? Is this pad thai? Yeah, this is Thai curry. And again, this is all just coming straight out of this, or I guess just to show how much food you can actually stick with. We've got some dark chocolate cheesecake mix. We've got risotto with chicken. Cinnamon apple crisp. Some creme brulee. You love camping in Bishop. It's just outside of Mammoth. Yeah, I know where Mammoth and Bishop are. Usually do a longer stay and rent a cabin. That's fucking glamping, Kate. Also, do you prefer... I heard somebody refer to you as Katie the other night. Do you prefer Katie? You tell me. You tell me what you want to refer to as, but yeah, Mexican style adobo chicken. Pasta primavera. Chicken teriyaki. And another creme brulee. So I could literally live for like a fucking week on this, because the backpack also has a 2-liter thing, which I've adapted to also store. So it has the Deuter like 2-liter water insert. And then I also took a Camelback 1-liter. So it stores 3 liters of water. It stores all of this food inside a bear vault. And if I wanted to take some of the clothes and stuff out of it, this fits perfectly inside the 50+10. And all that's really in the top of this right now, show, is a hangable flashlight, LED, some waterproof matches. This is like a little windproof, waterproof match container. I also have extra contact details stored in an additional waterproof container. I've got some headlamps, 2 headlamps actually, just in case a friend needs one. Actually, 3 fucking headlamps. Actually, I thought that one was still in the garage, to be honest. Should have playing cards, yeah. Some playing cards. And then on the inside of it are just a bunch of knives. I've got a hatchet, and then a little tiny, like, saw, and a bunch of folding blades. Anyways, I could talk about camping and camping prep stuff. Do I have a pocket rocket? I do not have a pocket rocket. besides the one I carry in my pants. But what is the pocket rocket? I've camped the Grand Canyon and have not heard of that. Is that just like a little tiny blowtorch? I guess I do technically have a butane. I do have one of those. I have a little, yeah, so I have like the alcohol tabs too, but I'm not gonna take that for this trip. So yeah, I do have the packing flame stove, and I also have a tiny solo stove. Sorry, I'm putting all this stuff back in the bear vault, as you can see. But I don't take that as often because you don't really need that for a lot of this. Like, I can just boil water even just straight up in a cast iron pan. You worked in Glacier National Park a couple years ago, and everyone north insisted on calling them that. Interesting. I'd say it's a regional thing, but I could just be, you know, not as well informed. But yeah, before, when I was in, like, grad school, and even shortly after, before I started, like, working a lot more seriously, I used to try to go every quarter, and I would even do snow camping, or I've done snow camping a few times, where I've gone up to, like, Big Bear and up by Mammoth and stuff. And this thing, I even took to Montreal, so this has a bunch of stuff on it that I've had for a really long time. Carabiners, and I guess the Fallout and some of that stuff is new. But I've had this since, like, 2015, 2014. And it even has, like, the extra straps, so if I wanted to strap, like, an extra thing on the bottom, I could put like a longer or like bigger tent or something on it. But I have survived the wilderness with this thing for literally like more than half a decade. And my brothers actually got me that bear vault because I started camping a bunch up in like Big Bear and like, Death Valley. I've been out to Death Valley. I've never camped Death Valley. I've driven through it, or I've gone out even to like the Salt Flats. Salton Sea and stuff, and I've camped Grand Canyon, Deuter. I even have like the rain cover and everything for it too. So I guess you can't fully read that because it's packed, but here, I can link it. But I love this stuff. I wish there were a better way for me to like IRL stream while doing some of it. Oh yeah, there's also a hammock in there and giant hammock straps. Fuck. I guess I should probably just continue opening this thing. Why the hell not? So here's one of my knives, which also has a little serrated edge you can use for like carving things or cutting things up, and then comes with a little mini knife too. It also has a little tool attachment, a little fish hook thing, a bunch of little neat things that attach off of it. But here, I'll link the backpack. I agree. This is what it looks like with the... No, you're fine to derail a stream. This is what it looks like with the rain cover on it, but I don't have the rain cover on it right now. Obviously because I was just packing it up yesterday. Yeah, you can even see how much room, how much space I still have. So not only could I still fit the bear vault in it, but like this whole amount of space from here to here, because technically it can be this tall with this still fitting over the top. As you can see, like in that link. Oh yeah, well I also got it cheaper than that. But inside we have a little Climate Sleepable. We have a little Climate Luxe pillow. We have a couple things just for the tent. So this is just like basically the pad that I put down underneath my tent. We have another climate pillow. I have my Eno single nest hammock. My Eno hammock straps. And then all the other essentials, the first aid kits and all that stuff I was talking about. So I have this first aid kit, which has a bunch of alcohol and gauze and stuff. I've got koozie, because that's obviously super important. This is actually the rain cover that goes over the entire thing and actually makes it look just like that image that I linked. So this folds out and goes over the whole pack and makes it fully waterproof. It is like water resistant, but isn't waterproof without this. But I love it because it also comes with like its own little stuff sack. Just like I have a super nice hammock, or not just hammock, I have a super nice sleeping bag that has this nice little stuff sack too. But then I have a full-blown survival kit that has additional waterproof matches. This also has my contact details. It also has a thermal blanket and a bunch of band-aids and stuff. And then a bunch of knives and shit, which I'm not going to pull out on stream. But if anyone ever wants to talk about camping, or I haven't spent as much time actually out in Death Valley. I've driven through that area a lot, but I haven't camped there very much outside of the Grand Canyon, which isn't Death Valley, but compared to where I live currently is like kind of in between, if you want to go the roundabout way. Yeah, sorry to derail your lurk. It's not often that I get to talk and nerd out about a lot of the camping stuff, or this is also only half of it. I also have a tent in here, and then I have my sleeping bag stuffed in the bottom, which I'm not going to pull out because those are strategically packed. I guess I could pull the sleeping bag out pretty easily, but my little tiny tent sits at the very bottom. Yeah, all this stuff actually goes together extremely easily too, which is the thing I like the most about all of this. Like, it only takes me, even if I wanted to put the bear vault inside of this, we just emptied out the entire thing. Oh, that's my phone. It's not even a thing here. And then packed it all back up. So the tent and sleeping bag take a little bit longer to pack back in, but even those are just stuffed into the bottom of it. Yeah, the better part of it is all the stuff I have is like ultra light too. So even that backpack unfilled without the 3 liters of water, I think only weighs like 5 pounds, or like less than 5 pounds. What's that page I just want to say? 4.6 pounds. With the 2 or like 3 liters of water, because it has. Oh, I guess I have it out. It has like the arm straps, so you can run them along the arm too. Going during the winter, spring is absolutely worth it. It's quiet, not nearly as hot. Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, I mean, it probably gets really cold at night. Even when I went spring for a bunch of the Grand Canyon stuff, and it still got pretty hot at night, or pretty cold at night. Winter constellations are spectacular. Yeah, I've gone up to Sequoia National Park. In fact, I'm a Sequoia National Parks conservator, or like the Sequoia Parks Conservancy donor, and have gone out to the dark sky things they do. Sorry. Yeah, I did this last year. Yeah. And became a donor actually in like 2020. But not only seeing shooting stars, but you can see all kinds of stuff. Yeah, Sequoia is amazing. I also just love the sequoias. But yeah, they have this whole like dark sky stuff. I've actually been looking at maybe going back out there for the 2024 stuff in September of this year. But they don't charge anything for this, which is partly why it's great to be a donor. And they have a bunch of people who come out and pitch all their, like try to get you to sign up for paid things or to buy extremely expensive telescopes and whatnot, which I don't own yet. If I can become more successful, I would love to buy a bunch of that stuff. Oops. But just getting out into dark sky areas is absolutely beautiful and amazing, and part of why I love camping. Fuck. Just drop. Doing this behind the back stuff's new to me. Yeah, I used to go, like I said, every quarter. So I would not only do winter camping, but here I would mostly do it in the area I'm kind of going to now. Like I'd go up towards like Lompoc, or I actually even helped a friend build out like a gravity shower and stuff at a commune north of Santa Barbara. But I've been up to like San Luis Obispo and like Slow and all kinds of areas throughout California that aren't just, you know, like Mammoth, Lake Arrowhead, Big Bear, Joshua Tree. I've been out a bunch, like Silverwood area, Silver Lake. Yeah, I'm always open to talk about camping stuff. And I'd love to know more. If you want to like message me on Discord, I obviously don't want you to like dox anything on stream, but like message me some of the places you've actually gone camping at, and I'd love to trade some campsites, because there's a few that I know, especially like up in the Angeles Forest, like Horse Flats area and places that I can send you. I don't remember. I thought you were in the LA or California area, but regardless of where you are, I'm happy to share, and we can trade and exchange like favorite campsites and places, because that's some of my most fun stuff to share. I just don't share those openly on stream. But thank you for bringing up the topic. I love talking about this stuff. Like I said, it'd be awesome if there was like better service. I usually try to disconnect when I go camping and not like worry about email or internet or streaming or anything. But the more I've gotten into it, it would be fun to do more IRL stream type stuff, because I love that stuff. I mean, my non-Jay Vicarian Instagram is literally camping themed, and most of my social media shares and stuff before I started streaming were all camping related for the most part. Like I said, even when I went to Montreal and visited some friends for a comedy show, I went up like a whole day early and like backpacked through the whole like northern area and like camped out there. Oh no! In SoCal, message tomorrow or later in the week, even though I'm camping and won't have the best service. Chat about best and worst sites. Awesome. Well, I'm glad I didn't misremember that either. Yeah, I've talked with Sauce and others about doing like a camping outing, but it sounds like a lot of them are more glamping oriented. No, I mean, not to say anything like bad about those who absolutely just don't like roughing it, I guess. But I've been doing that stuff since I was a kid, and as I've gotten older, have come to love roughing it more than anything glamping related. So always happy to share sites and even connect with other people who might be interested in never going camping sometime. Okay, so now we are by the thing. Ancient bridge. Disconnecting every now and then has easily saved my life. I'm glad to find someone who enjoys the roughing it camping where you don't have to worry about what's going on in the outside world. I mean, not only that, but like I said, where I tend to really lose people is like, in addition to all of that stuff, like on the side, it's in my garage right now, but I have a fold up, it has like an extendable, like telescoping, like handle to use for actually like digging and clearing out and like clearing a campsite, and also for like campfires and like using, making sure you're actually putting your campfires out properly and stuff. But on top of that, I just call it a poop shovel, because that's literally why I bought it. Was a lot of the campsites I would do for hiking wouldn't have bathrooms, and where I've really started to lose a lot of people is like going to a lot of my favorite campsites, which are hike-in or don't have bathrooms, and where you have to like dig your own bathroom too. People tend to start being like, no thank you when it comes to that stuff. What do you mean there's no running water? But yeah, I'm going to be driving up there too, and I have like a giant 15-gallon thing I fill my car, or I fill and put in my car. And if I do hiking, I've got little 5-gallon containers that I can hike with. Unfortunately, I don't have any of the, outside the 3-liter stuff I can attach to the backpack. I don't have any better water containers. The Poovel? I've heard that. I have heard that. I haven't heard the Pocket Rocket, but I've heard the Poovel. It is normal for a lot of hiking, or like BLM land is also something I've not only camped, but I'm pretty big into guns and stuff too. I used to go hunting twice a year, so I used to go out to BLM land even for shooting and target practice and stuff. But that's not as popular here as it is in the Midwest or in Colorado and Kansas and places I grew up either. Fuck. Oh, they had the bow. Well, that's nice. It's only level 15 though. My current one is already level 23. Fuck. I wonder if I can get out of the shroud up there. I am showing the game now. Yeah, I switched back. No! Damn, but it's still shooting me. That guy? I guess it's that guy. Maybe not. Thought I heard another explosion. Okay, let's sort this. We can get rid of these. Delete. Damn, that is so low. I love camping. I always encourage people to try it, but my friends are hesitant because my family has this crazy camping experience. We went camping off-grid in Death Valley in early March 2020. Death Valley experienced one of its worst windstorms in history, so we had to flee the nearest residential area that had service to get away from the wind. COVID had locked down Cali while we were in the desert. Yeah, that's pretty brutal. I've been in some pretty bad rain, or like times where, I mean, I don't have like, I have pretty decent tents, but they're not like the full waterproof, like all seasons. And I've had some bad experiences with some of that, but even then, that's why I got the hammock and like let the tent dry out once the weather improves on the hammock, you know. But fully agree, it's hard to have people who are who aren't like open to getting fully submerged in mud and water, or having to like literally pull your stuff out of a stream if it starts to float away and stuff. Like, there is a lot of stuff I've done that's been legitimately dangerous too, I'll admit. Like, but with having 2 decades plus of camping experience, like, I don't consider it to be that dangerous. It's just, I get why it's scary to people who aren't interested in that, or who've had more, I was gonna say sheltered experiences, but it's, I don't even think about being sheltered. I think it's more just about like glamping style ideas of what camping is. Like, you rent a cabin, or you have like a reserved campsite that has a cooking spot. Like I even have a solo stove. I mentioned the tiny one that I take if I don't even want to take the alcohol burners, but I have a huge solo stove that I'll often take if I'm going to a place where it doesn't have approved fire pits and stuff. Well, not just out of their comfort zone, but I think it's hard to convince them that it's a great time when, especially if you start off with stories about like getting flooded or windstorms that can like rip your tent out of the ground and stuff like that. But I am always down to not only talk about camping, but to actually go and do it. Like I'm going to be doing this weekend. And thankfully, I do have a great support network of friends and people who can come and cat sit or house sit. Like watch Jackson, keep an eye on my stuff, make sure I'm not getting like broken into, or that my cat isn't going hungry or being needy. Like that stuff also makes the world a difference. And I totally understand for a lot of my friends who have kids who are like, dude, I'm not going to take my fucking like 4 or 6-year-old or 2-year-old or newborn out to the fucking desert or the sequoias and go rough it out there with you. Get the fuck out of here. Biggest convincer I have found is straight up the camping bacon. Yeah. Or even just like wrapping meat in foil and like throwing it in the fire. Same thing with like potatoes. That's a lot of the way if I'm taking perishables and not just a bunch of the dry food I showed off. Like I will just straight up take potatoes, meat, eggs, bacon, and like I have taken even my takoyaki set and I've done like fancy camping cooking, even just straight over a fire because it's all cast iron. But even then, like I'm more worried about the transport. Like I can put all of that in the bear vault, but then that takes up most of the bear vault space. So it is genuinely the best food if you go all out. But like what I'm doing this weekend is minimalist, freeze-dried, just add boiling water. I may take, actually now that you've convinced me, I may take some bacon since it is just a 3-day trip. And I have a bunch of bacon in my freezer. Starting them out early is the way to go, though. Start glamping at a young age, then work their way grittier and harder camping into their lives. I mean, I did it the opposite direction. I started out doing, like, fucking Boy Scouts and, like, setting up, like, literal tents that were just, like, canvas bags that you had, like, 2 metal poles that you drove into the ground and shit. So I don't disagree that that can be a good way to ease people in, but I also don't think it's bad to sometimes just, like, throw people into the water, like, throw people into the deep end, so to say, and be like, hey, even if your first night is a little sweaty and maybe not exactly what you imagined, just wait till you wake up and we have some campfire bacon, some awesome shit, go on an amazing hike. Maybe even, like, there's some places that I like up by the sequoias that have, like, literal... Can I pull this up? I wonder if I can share this quickly. Like, have natural ravines, like, slides, water slides that are baked into rock, and like places where you can get into some really, really amazing areas. Oh, I totally can share this. Pretty easily too. But where you can just like bathe in streams. I mean, obviously you want to like boil the water or be careful if you're trying to drink from a stream. But that's a lot of the stuff that I've gotten into. Here. See if I can send this to Discord without maxing out the file size, because some of these videos are quite large. Please. Oh, no. Oh, this should work. Because, yeah, I just did this last year, too. I've been up there a couple of times, but found some of these areas just in the last 12 months. I wonder if I can share the slow-mo ones, too. Yeah, here we go. I don't know if this is going to upload. Here, let's see if I can get a different one. I have a bunch of slow-mo videos that I don't think I can share the full size of. Here, we'll go back to just me in a second. I have so many pictures and videos. This is definitely a pull your camera out kind of area. Okay, here we go. I'm trying to see if I can find one that was from my perspective. Yeah, this is perfect. Maybe? This is what we're dealing with right now, is me trying to upload the things. National parks are America's greatest decision. I've never had a bad time in a national park before, even in cases where I've been really sick or unwell. I think Sequoia Kings Canyon deserves more love. That's why I'm a donor. That's why I'm a huge, huge fan of it. And why I've been there now, like, I don't know, more than half a dozen times. I'd have to count. It's been at least 6. Because I've gone there 3 times just in the last 2.5 years. I've been there 3 times in the last, less than 3 years. Because I also went out there during COVID. Right when they opened back up. Because there was a while that they closed down. But I'd been out there a few times before. Here, I'll just put this in, like, general. I don't know if this is going to post quickly. We'll see. But this is going in my Discord, which is what I'm trying to post it to. The other one was too large. Did it post? Fuck yeah, it did. So this is all natural. This is in the park, or like technically in the forest. There is no like park staff here or anything. This is just a giant open area with these natural like water flows that have carved these little water slides kind of into it. This is me sitting down in the water. It's dangerous as fuck, but so fun. Maybe not the best representation of the area. This was July? Yeah, this was July. Here, I'll try and show a video of the actual area, because I do have one of those that isn't... Yeah, here. This one, I hope will post. It's so good. I mean... When I say I love this stuff, like the downside to this trip in doing a bunch of that stuff is I only brought like 2 pairs of clothes. So that's where I do understand, like when you're waiting for stuff to dry out and things, it can be a little bit worse. But here, if this can upload, this one. It's uploading right now. There we go. So where I went on the slide was actually just behind me before that, but there's this huge open area. That I'll post a larger overview of. So you can see the whole area. But it was an absolutely gorgeous area. There we go. That should be a lot faster since it's not a video. Yeah, so like this is the whole area. So where I slid down the first time is like off to the side here and like dropped all the way down into a tide pool down here. And then you can kind of see where people are is where that second video is. But this is all just in the middle of the forest up there. Oh shit, I think I'm getting shot at in this game too. But yeah, sorry for the huge digression. It does look like we lost a handful of folks. Fuck you guys. You don't like camping and talking about camping and seeing natural water slides and shit? You didn't belong in my stream anyways. But I love this stuff. I mean, when I say that this is unmanaged, like there was no even park ranger, fire marshal, anybody out in any of this area. Like this is just straight up backwoods. Or if I can, Sequoia National Park, I can show you generally where this was. Because it was just outside the park and in the forest area closer to yeah, so there's 3 rivers. So this would actually be down here. There's Fairview, Sherman Peak. Yeah, so this would be somewhere in here. Yeah, here's Sherman Pass. So it's like off of the runoff somewhere. I want to see like satellite view. Sherman Pass. Where is... Here, I can look at the actual location on my phone and then pull it up. Because it's not far from Sherman Pass. We have Slate Mountain. Yeah. So this is literally like on the runoff from Slate Mountain, which is like right up here. So it's like somewhere down here. Yeah, in between Slate Mountain and the Needles. But in the National Forest. So I've camped like out here. I've camped because I was camping actually not too far from here. I've gone up by like Kern Peak and Mount Whitney. I've gone... Where's 3 Rivers again? 3 Rivers should be like up here. I've been in 3 Rivers area, like right by the entrance to Sequoia National Park. And then I've been up north in Kings Canyon, which is like way up here. Yeah, because I came in from the backside. Have I done the permit backpack for Whitney? No, I haven't done that. Or what I really want to do is Baldy. I'd really love to go. Where is Baldy? No, that's not what I'm thinking of. There's like a little Baldy or Mount Baldy. Little Baldy Dome. I don't know why it's not linking me on the map. But no, I haven't done the full hike up to Whitney. I have done a bunch of hikes all the way up above where that is. So in fact, let's see if I can find that really quick. I can just sort my photos by location, I think. But I've gone super, super high up. like above the tree line and even climbed up a fire tower. Yeah, here we go. See if I can share this really quick. But got to talk with one of the park rangers, or like park staff, who camped out and like spent the summer at the fire towers and did the hike. Like, this is on the top of like the fire tower, so there's a bunch of the Sierras in the background, and you're obviously like above the tree line. This is the last remnants of trees up here. You can see my camping beard coming in there. Anyways. Proudest moment in life is doing the minaret loop in one day at the age of 8. Oh shit, I'm gonna die in this game. I fucking died. Did a lot of solo hiking when I worked at Glacier, but haven't backpacked in ages. I mean, I've done a lot of solo hiking. I don't know why you'd recommend not doing that. I usually do a good job of like making sure people know where I'm going. I also have these, which I'm gonna be taking this weekend too, even though I'm not really going anywhere serious. These are also the floatable, waterproof Motorola's. So I usually will take these. But we've had them on the charger. Oh, do not solo hike in Glacier. Yeah. Came across 8 grizzlies. Well, that's also, I mean, where I say a lot of my camping and some of that experience has been more in BLM land, because I also feel strange about taking like a gun into a lot of national parks or national forests. But on BLM land, it's not only like allowed, but you can even hunt, which I haven't done as much of. I used to hunt a lot more when I lived in the Midwest. I've only been hunting since I moved out to California once. But I wouldn't feel as bad in some of those areas about taking some kind of personal protection. But when I go camping or even when I go hiking seriously, what I'll usually do is make sure, you know, somebody at least has one of these. Straight up double fisting bear spray and singing loudly on the trails. Well, that only really works if they're, you know, black bears, right? If it's brown, lay down. Hide, motherfucker. Shit. I died really far out there. But yeah, I have bear spray and obviously the bear vault, which I showed you and all that stuff. I don't like to fuck around even when I'm in like the LA forest. Especially since I've seen a lot of people, not only who've had problems, but where it's like, did you tie your food up? Like, I also usually take a large amount of paracord with me too, which also helps double for just tying up a bunch of my stuff as I travel, but tying up, you know, hammocks and sleeping bags and tents and all that stuff. But when I ran into people who have had bear problems, it's like they didn't tie their food up, they didn't secure their food, they didn't, you know, have a bear vault or a container where they put their stuff in, which I get not everybody does. But like, if you're just gonna go out there with like a fucking regular cooler, especially like a Coleman or something and not like a Yeti, even though Yetis aren't airtight either, like, you're just asking for fucking trouble. Don't blame the goddamn bears, blame yourself for being stupid and invading on the bears' territory and enticing them with shit that you shouldn't have. But same thing even with like the fire and all that stuff. I'm very careful about a lot of that because A, we have a ton of fires and I grew up learning fire safety, but B, like I think it's good to live by the principle of like leave the campgrounds and all the areas you're in cleaner than you found them. Respect our fucking national parks, national forests, and just nature in general, assholes. People who just like dump cans and dump trash or like, don't even dispose of their own shit, like fucking disgusts me. Makes me sad. But I love that stuff. And getting out into dark sky areas, staring at the stars. I'm not only a huge space nerd, but I'm a big dark sky nerd. Grizzlies in Glacier are no joke, but tourists in the Sierras make the black bears look scarier than the grizzlies up north. I once watched a black bear open a car door by the handle, calmly get inside, open the igloo, take the food, then leave, close his door on the way out. Well, I mean, they have all those like supposedly bear-proof trash cans and stuff that I guess they've learned to open too, which, I mean, fucking props to them. I think that's awesome. But it's also all the more reason why like people who are like going camping in Big Bear, don't be surprised if you find bears, like, or even not just like you're talking about Glacier and other areas where they're known to exist in larger quantities too. Or same thing with like Yellowstone. You hear about the people who just like go out and try to like high five them and shit. Like, how fucking dumb are you? This isn't fucking TikTok. This is, god damn it. You give camping a bad name, sir. Or ma'am. I don't know why people don't realize bears are bears. Yeah, they'll fucking eat your face. Or fuck you up, at the very least. Look at our shit all the way up here. Where we were just AFK. Actually, I probably need to delete some of these things. Does Discord strip EXIF data? I don't know if it does. Should have probably paid more attention to that since I was like searching for things by geolocation. You know, just potentially doxing the fuck out of myself a bit more. Who cares? Who cares? I guess this is just doxing campsites, which I'm not as worried about. Details. It does strip EXIF data. Okay, well that's good. What about videos? Most recent trip to Yellowstone, saw an imbecile walk up to a male elk in heat. Fuck, no. Went to pet him. This man got, I will not say on here what exactly happened, but yeah, it got fucking stomped to death. That's what happens. Ah, that's so fucking loud. Yeah, elk are fucking huge. Moose are fucking huge. I wouldn't fuck with any of that shit. Unless I was like doing it from 50 to 100 yards away with like a 30-06 or larger. Okay. I'm gonna remove those for now though. We'll repost if we're feeling like it. Yeah, people treat nature like it's just a fucking playground or like it's a trash site and their own personal like trash dump, and it makes me very sad inside. We need less of that in the world. That is right next to us. Especially the littering and stuff. Like, I can kind of understand it, even though it's also bad if you're like going to climb Everest or if you're like in an area where you literally can't trek your trash out. But if you're in a fucking national park or a national forest, or you drove somewhere where your car was within like 100 yards or even just like a couple miles of where you were, pack your fucking trash in and out. Take more trash than you started with. Heard horror stories of people getting rammed by bison in Yellowstone. Luckily, Glacier isn't as touristy, aren't as many accidents, but worked in a hotel business. Deadass had a guest come up to me and ask, when do you wake the bears up? I have a treat for them. Fuck. When do I wake the bears up? So what the fuck? Don't approach any grizzly, let alone a mama. Don't approach a mama anything unless it's a human that you know. And even then, be careful. Like, don't approach a fucking mama duck. Deadass, like, respect nature. God damn it. It's not that hard. Just observe it. Another guest asked, when the waterfalls turn on? Yeah, I mean, I can understand some of that, though, which is sad, because if you go out to a lot of places, they do have, like, water parks and a bunch of, like, fake stuff set up, even in Colorado. Like, they'll turn some of the ski resorts in the summer into, like, water slides and, like, sledding and, like, all that kind of stuff, which I'm not saying is a bad thing, but I get how, like, your average never actually, been camping or roughed it kind of person might just assume that all national parks have, like, a fucking touristy turn the water on at, 10 a.m. kind of area or some bullshit. Plus, some people are just really fucking dumb. Oh no, I'm gonna die! That was very close. Where is this cave, though? We might need to wait to upgrade our stuff one more time to do this. Oh, nope. Looks like it might be right here. Fuck, I don't have any scraps, though. No! No! I don't think this is gonna work. It's worth a shot, though. Oh, it just broke. There's nothing in it. Glacier has a law that prevents light pollution. It's mostly residing on native territory and is considered not only the crown of the continent, but the last best place. Sounds wrong to say, but regular visitors of national parks should not visit Glacier without preparation. Obviously, they shouldn't visit any national park.
Welcome to the Thunderdome, Pilsen.
Hey, Pilsen!
Thanks for following.
Appreciate it. Sorry, not sorry, if you mostly came here for Enshrouded content. We get on lots of tangents here on this stream, and happily so, especially when we're discussing wonderful things like enjoying yourself and camping. And then, no, Katie, don't feel bad at all. I'm making a non-apology right now because I love this stuff. I do hate that I just broke that chest and it gave me nothing, though. That's kind of shitty. But yeah, I totally understand. And I do think, like, it's a complex issue because there's a lot of people who I think want to get more involved, who just watch, like, glamping-esque YouTube videos or watch a lot of, like, TikTok bullshit and stuff and just assume it's gonna be a cakewalk. And then when you start talking about, like, poop shovels and, like, I literally have flint and steel, or I showed it off. Like, I have the flint and steel, and like, I do have some of those weatherproof matches and stuff in there. But every time I take people out not glamping, I literally try to start a fire by gathering like dry brush, or I will sometimes take even like dryer lint if I want to just like have true survival capabilities myself. Yeah, they watch van life videos, but like I will try to get people to use flint and steel and like try to start a fire, not by like having to do the fucking like, you know, move the stick really fast, or even if you get like the rubber bands or use paracord to like twist the stick really fast, but try to get them to even just use like flint and steel. And some people are like, this is actually like a lot of fucking work. Yeah. Humans didn't have it so fucking great for a few 100,000 years. That's also in addition to the dark sky and like getting to see the galaxy and stars and getting to enjoy the views at night for space. I love that there's no light pollution issues and stuff, but I do wish there was a little bit better like education. I guess like there are actually a lot of things, as I say that some of the parks do have in place, but I know a lot of people who've just been wildly unprepared because all they see are like popular camping and fucking Facebook videos that make it seem like you can just drive out there in your Corolla or your fucking Accord and it's no big deal. I think I need to repair my shit, actually. And same thing even in the Sequoias. Like, I know a lot of people, having been out there in the winter, where they close down roads and where you need to have like snow chains and stuff like that, and where people get like freaked out. We're like, it didn't say this online. I didn't see any of this when I booked my cabin. You probably would have found it on literally the national park website if you read beyond whatever bullshit you tried to see on Airbnb. Seeing the dead-ass Milky Way is surreal? Yeah, when I say seeing the galaxy, that's what I mean. You can literally see like Andromeda and shit. Surreal, especially living in a polluted place in SoCal. Went camping with someone who started bawling their eyes out when they saw it. They hadn't even seen constellations before, let alone the galaxy. Yeah, I mean, I also grew up in the Midwest, so I'm a little bit, I guess, jaded in that way. Like, I understand light pollution at a like real level, because even out here, people talk about like dark sky areas and stuff. Like, you drive from Kansas City to Denver, Colorado, it is basically a 7-hour drive of fucking nothingness. Let's do this. I hope this might actually dox me too. Fuck. This is gonna dox me. God damn it. Why can't I do these things without doxing the shit out of myself? Here, let's do it this way. This is gonna show a bunch of my favorites on Google. Ah! So there's all kinds of dark sky areas that are, like, if you're especially talking about out by Glacier National Park or areas out in the middle of, like, no civilization. But you go from, like, this area. So this is where I have bookmarked right here. Hello, Almas. Welcome in. So you go from, like, this area to here. Like, you're literally just driving along I-70. And you get out to, like, this area, like, East Colorado, West Kansas. There is, like, literally nothing. You talk about even, like, the population of people who are inside a national park, especially for, like, Yellowstone or the Grand Canyon and some of the areas where it's also good to see stuff. Like, this is also, if you look at, like, the dark sky maps. Sky map. The Great Nothing. The Great... What was the one I used to use? No, I don't want your fucking app. I thought it was just like Dark Sky IO or something. Did that die? Damn it! Give me the map. Why is this so hard? Is it darksky.org? Give me your map. Oh my god. Am I losing my mind? What the fuck? I should have this bookmarked on my other stuff. Dark Site Finder. Yeah. So you have a bunch of areas that are even marked in like eastern Kansas City towards Missouri, but then you just have like fucking nothing out here. And this is like Denver right here. But like this is pretty damn dark. I've also been to Telluride, which is like southwest Colorado, like right on the border. Where is Telluride? Las Vegas, Rock Springs. Should be like somewhere near here. But that is also dark as shit. I think people should generally refer first and foremost to park rangers and NP's information for how to work out their trip in a national park. It's a twisted and horrible tradition for Death Valley that tourists run out of gas and water and die. Yeah. I mean, same thing with even hiking the Grand Canyon. Used to live in a pretty touristy town in the boonies of Florida. Natural springs abound there and people love them, but also like to often ignore warnings about gators. Yeah. Yeah, I've spent time in like Gulf Shores, Alabama, and driven through Florida to like Destin, and I guess I've been to Orlando a couple of times, but I've outside of like Gulf Shores, Alabama, and some of those areas like northwestern Florida, I've been in gator territory, but have never actually seen one in the wild. That is, I've seen bears and tons of snakes and tons of all kinds of crazy shit actually, but I've not seen any gators in the wild. That would terrify me. But gators will fuck you up too. Like if you see the videos of them like grabbing onto people and then starting to do the roll and stuff, like fuck that. No, thank you. No, thank you. If you can't see into the water, then just assume there's a gator in it. Yeah. Yeah, or same thing like with a lot of other things. Like I showed me going down like water slides and stuff, but that was all very clear water with recent snow melt and things like that. Like if you can't see how deep something is too, assume it's very shallow. Like you don't want to just be diving in. Like I've heard of horror stories of people doing shit like that too, like treating like natural springs and ponds and stuff as though they're just like swimming pools, like diving headfirst into stupid shit. Like the fuck is wrong with you? But it's awesome to be able to talk about a lot of this stuff. The great nothings of the world I see as great areas to go, to get to see the Milky Way and stare out into literal space. Surprise attack predators that are really territorial. If they catch you near the water, they'll death roll you till you drown, or even just like rip your fucking arm off. Like, I've seen some horrible death roll videos. Very unlikely that you'll make it out of that situation, or even if you do, you're probably not gonna look the same. It's not gonna be a good time for anyone involved, except for maybe the gator if they get some food out of it. And by food, I mean like one of your limbs. It's fucked. But same thing too, like if you don't expect that kind of stuff when you're in where I was going back to earlier, like respect nature. Be prepared to have your arm ripped off if you want to like fuck around with bears or gators. It's like the worst kind of fucking around and finding out. Forget how vicious and gruesome and horrible other human beings can be. Don't fuck with bears, especially grizzly or polar bears. Don't fuck with gators. Don't fuck with elk. Don't fuck with moose. Don't fuck with things you don't regularly interact with on a daily basis. Great Nothing would be so fantastic to see the galaxy. I've never seen it myself. Played a ton of games and watched all the videos about space and the cosmos, but someday I'd like to see really clearly for myself. I highly recommend it. I highly recommend it. It is one of those experiences that like, once you see it and you realize weather conditions do have to be pretty decent, but once you realize that you can do this like every day, or you think about before there was a lot of light pollution, and like how did people come up with some of these crazy theories, or like become so obsessed with the stars and the constellations, or, you know, even start tracking and figuring out like deeper details about our existence using constellation patterns and details about the universe. It's easy to pick up a lot of that when nearly every single night you can see some of the most amazing things that would otherwise require you to have like a telescope in a dark sky area, or like, it's pretty amazing. It's hard to put into words. It's an awesome, breathtaking experience. And you can even do it in popular areas. Like, I guess even for like here in LA, there's areas in certain times, like even when you're talking about like Death Valley or getting into the Angeles Forest, like from where I am right now, well, I don't want to dox the fuck out of myself right now, but even if you were in downtown LA, like let's do downtown Los Angeles. Just trying to make sure I'm not actually doxing myself here, like I almost did multiple times this stream. I'm just going to do generically Angeles National Forest. Because I've heard this from a lot of people too, where they're like, oh, it takes like a whole day of driving, or it's like so hard to like find areas where you can go and see some of this stuff. Like, and that's not entirely true. And I'm not saying that you're in that type of a position yourself. Do it. I don't know why this isn't working. No results found. Well, that's maybe not the best example. This is one place, but if I go from like, I'm literally doing downtown Los Angeles, like let's just go deep into it. Let's go Rock Peak. Like even getting deep into, well, that's a different area than I was thinking too. No, that's Park. That's 3 hours away. God damn it. Okay, here we go. So even getting pretty deep into the Angeles Forest, pretty close to the desert, you're talking about a fucking hour-long drive. Maybe 2 hours if there's a bunch of traffic on fucking Highway 2, which is what this is, because sometimes they also shut down certain areas and you have to do little like workarounds and stuff, or if it's been raining, you might not even be able to get out there. Like, even if you want to go super deep into the mountains or like the desert side of the Angeles Forest, couple hours max. From like heart of traffic hell. My favorite route ever is the 15 starting in San Diego going all the way to literal Canada. It's a stark contrast going from SoCal through many states, let alone... Yeah, I mean, that is a beautiful area too. Or what I've done a couple of times is taken 70 all the way coast to coast. Oh fuck, that's the wrong thing. Here, I'll just go back to this. I can do it from here. So instead of... I've also taken the 5 up pretty far, as well as ridden the Amtrak all the way up towards San Francisco, which is awesome, because you can actually take... I've taken trains from LA to Tijuana, but you can also technically go all the way up into like Vancouver and like British Columbia and stuff, taking the train up to here. But I've taken 70, the highway I was talking about, even just going from Kansas to Colorado. That I've taken all the way in to here, but also taken all the way out. And when I was talking about even like Gulf Shores, Alabama, I've taken and then cut across to go coast to coast, which has been pretty fun. And then I went from there to Austin, Texas. So I went down the south side towards Texas, and then Texas all the way back to Southern California. But it is a different kind of sky, especially as you get further north. One of the only things I'm grateful for living in Cali is we don't have to worry about crocs or gators. Took the train from Orlando to New York City. It's pretty fun. Yeah, that sounds awesome. That's basically the same as what I was just talking about. Like, in terms of traveling the country, a pretty amazing distance, too. But yeah, I haven't spent a lot of time. I've technically been to North Carolina and South Carolina. Been to Georgia multiple times. I've been to Myrtle Beach and, like, down closer to Charleston. But the upper Northeast is the only part of the country I have not been. I've technically been in Michigan, which is up here. And then I've cut across and gone up towards, I think I just mentioned, like, when I pulled out my backpacking stuff. I've been up in Montreal, which I think is, like, over here. Yeah, I've been up in this area, but I haven't really spent any time in, like, Vermont, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, New York, Connecticut. I've never been to Maine or anything up here. It's nice. Don't let me downplay the natural environments of Florida. Weather is nasty. People are fairly closed-minded often, but the nature is peak. Yeah, I mean, I'd say the same thing. Like, a lot of people, I think, only associate, like, Wyoming and Colorado, or honestly even parts of, like, Utah with skiing or Mormons or, like, you know, stuff like that. But some of these areas, or what I was looking for earlier with Telluride, I think it is, like, way down here. Yeah, it's right here. Like, this area, when you go to the area, and it's not that expensive to get to. I know I show this often, like, some people think it's, like, crazy expensive. But Telluride's airport is literally on the side of a fucking mountain. And you fly off the edge of the mountain, like, taking off. You don't actually, like, go off the thing. But if you look at, like, the Telluride airport, when you're in the plane and shit, it looks like you're literally taking off the side of a mountain. And the entire town is just basically this area in these valleys, in the Rockies, and it's an amazing area. Like, Telluride, let's see, what do they call the lifts? Gondola? Gondola. Yeah, like, this is the town underneath, these are the Rockies, and that's basically the whole fucking area. Like, the whole city is basically just nestled in between the mountains, and that is it. Like, the airport is, like, right there. Our most famous spring was called Three Sisters, beautiful all year. Does Wild want to move there? It gets cold as hell there, or, like, I don't know that I'd want to be taking off and flying there when it's all snowy. But yeah, having flown into that, it's a single strip for the airport, one runway, and it does look like you're literally taking off by flying off the edge of a cliff. See, I don't like the cold as much. I've even done snow camping and I've done cold, but one thing I like about California is you can go to, like, Big Bear or a bunch of areas. Oh, fucking shit. If you want to see the cold. I am still showing the game, alright? But not my cat. Come here, friend. Oh god, I'm trying to do this one-handed. That's something I'm jealous of while living on the best coast here. It's the car world. It's only transport outside of cars. So if I want to travel to Northern Cali, let alone Oregon and Washington without paying for a plane, I'll drive for at least a day to get to fucking Fresno. There are trains through the West States that aren't available. Hey, I've made it past Fresno in, like, only 8 hours or 9 hours, even from SoCal. It doesn't take a whole day. But on top of that, like, that's why I've taken the Amtrak. Even super north, because, like, the Amtrak, even though it takes longer than driving a car, I think is actually a super fun experience. I know some people don't like public transport, but some people don't like sleeping in a tent either. Okay, I have to kill that thing, I think. Blurf. I don't live on the East Coast anymore, but I understand. Fuck. Wait, Florida's still the East Coast? I mean, I guess it's the South, but it is a coast on the east side of the country. Oh, my sword does so much damage. I think I've got this. Let's go! Nice. What do you call the mountain time zone? Is it still the Midwest, or is there another term for it? It's, I mean, I would say Colorado is still kind of like Midwest. Pretty much anything I feel like west of Missouri, I would consider kind of like the Midwest. Even Missouri is kind of Midwest. Here, we'll go back to... I don't know what's going on with my game. But you have like the center of the country, which is not mountain time zone either. Like areas that would be considered like Midwest, even like here. This is central time zone, so it's actually like Colorado. I was trying to see if I could actually see the time zones on here too. But this is actually mountain time zone all right here, kind of where the Rockies are. But I would still consider, you know, even parts of like Oklahoma and northern New Mexico and Colorado and stuff, Midwest, even though that's mountain time zone. I don't know why the game is doing that. Sorry if that was annoying. We'll see if we can find the time zone maps. I don't know why that happened. Ooh, it's also... Why is this so tiny? Mountain goes to what I would consider like straight up kind of west, whereas all of this I would still consider Midwest. But a lot of the Midwest, like areas even for like Utah and northern New Mexico and stuff, I think are... That's what she said! What's up, Brown? How are you? Our mountain time zone, but there's portions of the Midwest that are central time zone as well. I don't know why this guy keeps dying over and over again. I fully looted it, didn't I? It's got like the blue loot stuff surrounding it too. How are you, Brown? How was the poetry slam? I got to see some of that. It's very rude of it. I hope the poetry slam went well. Threw mac and cheese on grilled buffalo? Think I'm officially a man now? That sounds fucking amazing, actually. That sounds like it'd be some pretty awesome camping food, too. Oh no! Fuck, our timer. Sorry for anyone experiencing ads. Can I be honest with you, Jay, baby? Absolutely. Be brutally honest. It's actually some of the stuff that's helped me improve my stream the most. Is people who not sugar-coated stuff. For those who aren't familiar, Brown's an amazing streamer. They do a lot of fun bike rides. They're also a pretty amazing mod. Some other people we like and have rated a handful of times. But yes, if you're out of ads, which you should be now, please be brutally honest. I was saying that's some of the stuff that's helped me improve my stream the most. Fuck. Fun fact, I've been playing the same part of Baldur's Gate for at least an hour. Let's go! Hopefully you're making the choices you want to make. Or is that part of the problem? Are you trying to see all the potential outcomes? Because I feel like that's a rabbit hole you just gotta divorce yourself from. I'm slowly going insane. Wait, mouth Zipped? You can't cliffhang that kind of shit and then not say anything, Brown. Come on, that's not fair. It's not fair to anybody. Also, we did add the Nurse Challenge Redeem. I meant to mention that yesterday, but it was a wild day. But we did add the rhyme time in. Spooka Campus Warrior Cult. Take pride in violence and destruction. Fun fact, I haven't played and I'm joining you? What does that mean? Oh, Baldur's Gate to Noel. I really want to play that. I just know it's a game I'm going to sink a fucking, like, insane amount of time into. I spent over 100 hours streaming Cyberpunk. And we didn't even do more than one playthrough. I just know myself with those kinds of games, and I've avoided it because it'll be like a whole month of me playing that game. That is how you have to do it. I just know that there's going to be some parts where I'm going to slowly go insane on camera. And where I don't want to have to do that to people. So. But Brown, you have to tell us your advice now. I need your candid feedback. We've been waiting for 3 whole minutes. You were gonna be brutally honest with me. I want your honest feedback. Fuck, we're also missing the cat. Back to the couch. Next to the couch? Not in the bedroom. He's got to be next to the couch. Okay. Be brutally honest. I'll read it in 1 moment. You're just sitting outside the door. But no, I am glad to hear you're having a good time with it. Good time, relative. Any game that can make you lose your mind and have you stuck in an area for an hour, I'd say means it's a good time. I feel like that sandwich dude was the only one who understood the assignment. It devolved into a pissing contest. Elegy won because they did their diss homework. Maybe I'm just from a different time, but I was entered into that competition. I'd make them all cry. God, I am insane. Yeah, I mean, I do kind of, I'm actually planning to watch some of the VOD because I started before it all started and I saw a little bit of it earlier, but I'm never the kind of person who's like, I don't want to like play off of other people's content or like literally stream other people's stream. But I'll have to check it out tomorrow because it did look like it looked from even like a muted standpoint and some of the stuff I did listen to, like at least people took it somewhat seriously. Thank you, Katie. Good call. I will make sure to listen to it tomorrow. And I will be back on tomorrow for sure, where we can talk about some of it. Yeah, I'm also not that familiar with That Sandwich Dude either. I'll be honest. Like, I knew a couple of the other people on there, mostly even just through some of the Twitch Women's Guild or the raids. You're off tomorrow? Oh, nice. Early Friday. Yeah, I don't know That Sandwich Dude very well. And Gus was also there too, right? Can I ping you when you go live? My Twitch alerts are scuffed? Yeah. You can also join my Discord, which I think you are in actually, and my set alerts for my announcements channel. I know that sounds kind of idiotic. Oh, fuck. But no, I can ping you on Discord when I'm going live too. I need to be better about my Discord. I just posted a bunch of shit about me camping in the sequoias and then immediately deleted it because I got worried about like doxing the shit out of myself. All right, Katie, enjoy your lurk. Thanks again for hanging out and for all the camping chat too. I really appreciate it. But yeah, I will be, in terms of being off, I will be out this weekend too. So I'm trying to get as much stream time in as I can during the week because I'm gonna be camping up near Santa Barbara. Or I think I mentioned that even on your stream yesterday. And you joked and said that still need to go a few hours more north. I'll be technically north of Santa Barbara, but not by a ton. But gonna go out there with a few people I know and have a really good time. I've been camping up there a lot. I even helped a person who lived in a commune up near Lompoc build a gravity shower out there a few years ago. Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've been between there and San Luis Obispo like a dozen times. I don't know, maybe more if I count times I went out there and didn't camp, because I have been up there. I went to UCSB a few times. I love Slow. Slow is where I would actually want to live if I could just like, if I could have the same place I have right now in Slow at the same price, I would have fucking bought the same place I have right now in Slow. But it's insanely expensive, even if you want like a tiny yard. And it's crazy because there's so much land out there where like when you're there, it's like beautiful and expansive. And then you realize that a quarter acre costs like $3 million. I'd go back to salvaging as long as it's not racist again. Yeah. I mean, that's the other problem is it's actually a tiny community too, so there aren't a lot of jobs in that area. I looked, actually, when I finished school, I was like, I want to live in San Luis Obispo. And then there were like no jobs at all posted there. Oh, Solvang. Yeah, Solvang, well, I mean, Solvang and Slow and honestly even Santa Barbara are mighty white. Despite those areas actually being like indigenous areas where I'm pretty sure even a long time ago, like University of Santa Barbara made like apologies to local peoples for basically just taking all of the land. Because the school's built like right on the ocean too. Yeah, Solvang's super nice, but same problem. Like even tiny plots up there are crazy expensive. No. Well, yeah, we have some now. Went there to visit the filming locations of the movie Sideways. I love that movie, actually. That's awesome. That'd be a cool thing to do. Did you end up going all the way up to Napa and stuff, too? New best friends. I mean, How can you not like that movie? Even if you don't like wine. Even if you just like, what's his name? Like, Paul Giamatti? Is that his name? I think that's his name. Now I'm blanking on his last name. It's Paul Giamatti, right? Yeah, Paul Giamatti. Thomas Hayden Church. I'm a big Paul Giamatti fan too. I'm glad I actually remembered his name because I had a tiny moment. There's also times where like I panic, primarily also because I'm having a conversation on stream. Like, it just feels higher pressure to like remember people's names and shit. Ah! And not die while playing games. Thomas Hayden Church. I'm not drinking any fucking Merlot. Yes. Oh shit, that's actually a little bit farther than I thought. Yeah, it's a good also kind of just, I'd consider it a chill movie. I don't know, what's it actually classified as? A drama, I'm guessing, probably? Yeah, I guess it's kind of full-blown drama, but I don't know. I think it's a good movie. Yeah, you didn't answer whether you ended up visiting like all of the locations, because part of that they ended up going up further north, right? Oh fuck. Ate at the restaurant, took a pic in front of the restaurant. He meets the waitress in. That's cool. Rad. Some of it was filmed in LA. My neck of the woods, for better or worse. I love where I live. I shouldn't talk shit on it, but there's a reason I go out into nature or go north into the Angeles forest or to Santa Barbara when I have the free time to do it, and I don't spend very much time in LA. The SC parts. Right on. I should put that back on my playlist, because I definitely saw it right after I moved here, but I feel like I didn't recognize, like when I first moved here, I didn't recognize so many things. Like even just listening to a lot of like different music, you hear references to specific streets, and there's so much of LA baked into so many parts of like pop culture and like film. Or even watching like Once Upon a Time in Hollywood after I'd lived here for a long time and traveled through a lot of West LA and Hollywood and stuff, it hits so much harder when it's like, oh my God, like I've been there multiple times. Love LA, but used to say great place to live, but wouldn't want to visit there. Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree. It's expensive as hell to live here, and I do regret that often, especially as I, you know, look at how cheap a lot of other areas are, or see family and friends buying like fucking what I would consider to be like mansions with basements and fucking all kinds of stuff, even in these inflated modern day prices for like a quarter of what it costs to live out here. But I don't like visiting. There are a lot of areas, I guess, in LA that I do like, but also I've been to those a bunch now, so when I have the free time, I like to go elsewhere. Long Beach has the Ferris Bueller house, among many things. Yeah, I've gone out even to like the Doc Brown house out in Pasadena, actually more than once. I've taken friends out there too. And I've gone to see a bunch of historic places. Like I've gone out to the Getty a ton of times, Griffith Observatory. I mean, well, you can't see it very well. What do I have? What's my key for this? I added it when we were doing all the shenanigans the other night. There it is. Oh, you still can't really see it. But I have a bunch of like the Griffith Observatory stuff like right behind me. I've been to the Myers house, but the Doc Brown house is actually the Gable house, I think is what it's called. I don't know why I had to stare at the fucking ceiling to think of that, but like, let's look it up. I think it's the Gable house. Yeah, it's right by the Rose Bowl. Gable house. Doc Brown. Gamble house. Yeah. I posted this in Discord fairly recently, but I've gone out to the Peterson Museum a few times. And these are photos I took of the DeLorean at the Peterson. Huge Back to the Future nerd. I've seen those, I don't even know if like way too many times. I also even have some DeLorean art that I've collected. The nerd shit never ends. Alright, I think we finally got everything from here, though. Back to the Future is a perfect movie. Especially when you start thinking about, like, how they planned out some of the other stuff that ended up happening, or when you get into the third one, which does have its flaws. Like, how well they did, especially for the technology of the time. Like, the connections back to the first. Crowdfunding a flux capacitor. With a U. Brown. I'm totally down for that. I will contribute to my own crowdfunding. You magic Eric Stoltz as a Marty? No, I have heard about a bunch of that, like the alternate casting stuff. Flux that. I think those are most of the quests that we can do here, though. That aren't the main ones. I guess we could do this one, too. Oh, no, we can't do that one. We tried to do that one before, and it's too fucking far south. Maybe this? Yeah, we can do that. Got him! Yeah, I mean, I've always thought it'd be cool to have one of those cars, but they've gotten so ridiculously expensive. Somebody was even just recently telling me that you can still have them built, like AMC or DMC or whatever, it still builds them. But the ones that I feel like are of that time period, or the replicas and some of the stuff like for those, are crazy expensive. Maybe someday. I just think it'd be one of the funniest things, too. Like, what do you have in your garage? I've got, like, you know, maybe a couple nice cars, or, like, people talking about their stuff. It's like, I have the fucking Back to the Future time machine in my garage. How do you top that? Oh, shit, we're gonna die! Too busy talking about fucking DeLoreans and staring at the camera. Love the fact that you can't paint the metal. Welcome to the problem people are having with the Cybertrucks, too. All the rust and shit they're having problems with. What's funny is, like, the DeLoreans, I feel like, were probably better made than some of that. Don't get me wrong, I love electric vehicles, and actually do like a lot of the things Tesla's done, even if I don't love Elon. But I can't believe how many problems they're already having. I'd have that in a Tron light cycle. Yeah, so, I mean, oh, Brown, fucking A. I told you this because I, like, subbed to your shit for the Tron cycle, but I don't think you know how big of a Tron nerd I am either. Oh yeah, you also haven't been able to see the fucking screen for a while. But I've had this shirt for a long time. Since they were talking about like Tron 2. And then I own multiple versions of this, including the gray version that Sam opens up at the end of Tron Legacy. I also own the soundtrack in multiple variations, including the like remixed or whatever version that they did. Anyways, I'm a huge fucking Tron nerd. I was saying the other night in your stream, I'm sad that 3 got nixed shortly after 2. But I do hope that the stuff they're talking about putting together... Have I been to the arcade in Culver City? Yes, I have. But I haven't done... There was also a thing that was... They had set up at... I forgot where it was. It was like Redondo Beach? At one of the piers? But it didn't have the actual... like, Tron game. See if I can find this real quick. Yeah, I probably can't find that without doxing the shit out of myself. Or can't show it. Yes. Hold on. No! Maybe? Yeah, I don't think it's gonna let me show it without doxing myself on like, Facebook. Fuck. Can I do a screenshot of it? I'm looking to see if... I did a whole, like, watch party thing before Legacy came out. But it's a thing I'm tagged in, not my own thing. Fuck. I don't think I can. I wish it... Well, I could just save the photo. Anyways, I don't want to waste too much time with that. I can DM it to you later. But yeah, I did a whole like watch party and got super into it before Tron Legacy came out. Because I saw the original when I was young, and I honestly like didn't think too much about it. But then as I became more of a computer nerd, like in high school, started getting into like networking and shit, I fell in love with it. And then like nothing happened for a while. And they announced Legacy, and I lost my fucking mind. And that's when I got the Flynn's Arcade shirt, and this was all when I was actually still in Kansas. So then when I came out here, I went to the place in Culver City, and then they actually had a thing, I think it like, was it Universal Studios? I forgot where it was. Was it Disneyland? Because it was a Disney thing, right? Remember when the People Mover at Disneyland had light cycle videos in it? I mean, I went to something I thought that had... But before this thing that you were talking about, the light cycle run, that's also Disney World? Was it Disneyland? I don't know. I'd have to go back. But lost my mind about it when I moved out here. Well, before I moved out here. And then I got the Flynn Lives shirt. I also, like I said, I have the gray one that matches like exactly with the weathered effect stuff that Sam had. We got weird with it. Forgot what I was doing too. Sorry for anybody who is here for Enshrouded content. We've lost the cat again as well. Full Tron dork. Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about Leto either, although I thought the whole, like, Rinsler thing went pretty well. And there were a lot of casting things in the last one. I didn't know how it was gonna go. I mean, even, like, Olivia Wilde, I thought crushed it. So, I think it'll all come down to story and directing. We got right where we needed to be. And then jumped off. I'm gonna watch it no matter what. Chorus Bay. Yeah, I mean, I actually ended up really, really liking all of that. My worry was that it was gonna turn into kind of like a rom-com kind of thing. And it wasn't like that at all. I mean, there was obviously like a little bit of a romance aspect to it, and even him like pulling her out of the grid, which isn't really touched on at all either. They just kind of like ride off literally into the sunset on his bike and shit. It's just like, okay, there's a digital being in the world now, and we're just gonna pretend like that deserves no further comment. I like the cartoon too. Yeah, I mean, I like the game. I don't know if you ever played the game. Some people did not like it at all, but there is a game. Tron 2.0. There's also a newer one, but I really liked this. This came out a long time ago too, 2003, before the second movie as well. In fact, if I look at, how do I look at my inventory? Oh, I have them right fucking here. Featured on my account. In my item showcase on my Steam profile, you will notice that some of my rarest emotes in Steam are the Tron disc, the Kevin Flynn foil, the Clue foil, and the Tron light cycle. Can't make this shit up, Brown. And Deadpool, which is from Marvel Heroes, a game I used to play. But, like, literally, these are also super rare. Like, the reason I have these in my showcase is the foil variants. Like, these are, if I look at my Steam, like, stuff that are worth money, I also have the Anon one. But, like, these are, and the Abraxas, like, these are worth actual money. Jet Bradley, Colonel. Like, some of these, I think even the Kevin Flynn, yeah, $10. It's like $16. You had me at the hats. Well, I'm just, yeah, like this thing, I've had this since 2016. When did the second movie come out? It was a while ago. Tron Legacy, it had to have been 2010. Okay. But yeah, the game is even older than that. Well, the Tron 2.0 game is older than that. There's also the Tron Evolution game. Yeah. Okay. Now back to the other game we're actually playing. Aw, and the cat is not on the couch. Here, I'll see if I can find him again real quick. We did just kind of co-opt him and drag him in here last time. Yeah, I hope they do a really good job with it. One thing I've also they have some comic stuff that's out there too. You were talking about the cartoon. And I was never able to get my hands on original stuff of that. That has been on my list. Especially like the CGC versions of them, like these. But they go for a ton of money. But I don't know if you ever saw any of those either. I haven't read them and I don't own them, and if I did buy them, I'd probably buy the nicer ones. But they're all like crazy expensive. I don't even think this is the actual comic. Yeah, this is like a crossover thing. Disney has, they've had the money to make Tron Rule though. That's why I was so mad after the first one that they like canceled all the stuff for the third one. Or after the second one, that they canceled the stuff for the third one, and now they're just starting to bring that back, so. I'm not gonna say I'm not excited as fuck, but I'm also holding some of my excitement so it doesn't get stuck in like development hell. I have a friend who has those, but he won't let me touch them. Yeah, I mean, the nicer, like higher rated ones, I don't want to waste. I wasn't gonna like, oh no, the cat already got up. He does not want to be on camera right now. Go for like $300 or $400 fucking dollars. Which I do have some things worth that, but you know, I haven't been able to bite. Also, the things I have that are like worth that, I didn't spend that much on, or I've had for like forever. You're free! Congrats, Noel. I'm glad to hear that you've made it out of Baldur's Gate purgatory. Is that stupid George Clooney Tomorrowland movie that killed the first run at Tron 3? I actually didn't know that. Wait, what the fuck did George Clooney have to do with it? This is the first I'm hearing about that. Or maybe I did hear about it and just blacked it out. Also, Noel, I hope you made the choices that you were wanting to make. Didn't feel compelled. I know, but what did that have to do with the Tron stuff? Because George Clooney wasn't in Tron. I just kept getting stuck and I don't normally save. I'm silly. Oh, that's fair. I thought maybe you were stuck at a place. Or George, first Batman nipples and now this. Yeah, no, I thought you were stuck in maybe decision-making land earlier. Shit, it's all the way up here. And that's also, I think... Yeah, this is the other one, which is super far low. Don't worry, that's how another thing happened. Money that went to Tomorrowland was supposed to go to Tron 3. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, I'm not, like, crazy, right? Like, George Clooney wasn't in either of the Trons. Even if he was, like, super young. I don't remember him being in Tron 1. But it makes sense if it was, like, a budgeting thing. We could go back to here. We don't get fucking eaten first. Oh, this is where that big-ass thing is. We could try and kill that again, actually. That's not a bad idea. Also just looking in the corner to see if the cat is visible. He probably just went up on the couch. I need an intern. Follow the cat around. Or I just need more cameras, but then people will really start getting freaked out because I already have like fucking 8. Back to game. Watch the stabby stab. Alright. I feel like at some point people are just gonna start judging me and assuming I like make porn or something. Fucking cameras in every room. I swear. It's just for Twitch. This was the area we fought the big ass thing, wasn't it? Hell yeah, it was. Ooh. We needed another one of its heads. Out of stamina. You're dead. Let's go. Hell yeah. It's childish, I know, but please. It's important. Part of my culture. It's stuck in the ground? Interesting problem. We actually need to get across this area though. I can't land there. Might be able to make it from here. $225. I don't know. I guess there is a respawn thing right here, so we're not too far out if we die. I'm just waiting, if you're wondering, for the top left, this thing up here. Where's my cursor? I can't show you my cursor. In the top left, there's the gust. The updraft, I think, is actually what it's actually called. This thing that was on cooldown. Because that red mist and the red floor will kill us. But the blue mist is okay. Okay, yeah, I think I need to go up. And then drop down. Yeah, I think this is what we did last time. Fusro Da. Hell yeah. Yeah, this is what we did last time. I hope it is that chest that's the closest to us. So we have 2 lockpicks. 2. Yeah, this is what we need to do. Boom. Nailed it. Wait, that was it? That was it. So this is the only other one where I think this stuff is like easily reachable. But even from there, I think we are the closest. This is like probably equidistant from here to there versus here to there. Let's do that. I didn't actually mark it. It's not like unobtainably far. Real question is, can I get back across this? Hell yeah, I can. There's a bunch of bad shit in here, though. Like this asshole. I'm out of stamina. I tried to parry it. It was a bad idea. Oh, fuck. Oh, I missed it. No! Oh, we got this. We got this. We got this. Oh, yeah. Ooh, what is that, bow? Oh, it's still only level 15. Damn it. I don't know if it's worth holding on to some of this stuff or not. I also hate that we can't break this stuff down. I already have 2 of those. We're making space, too. If anyone's curious. Leading the stuff we have a bunch of. butterflies just give us critter parts. It's kind of funny. I like how they can shoot through the windows, but can't figure out how to open fucking doors. The AI could definitely use some work. Okay. I think we got all the main chests. Let's just go straight for the marker. Oh yeah, shit. Okay, we still have it. Before ads run. I was worried since the last time somebody had said that they just kind of ran without the notification. Stay down there. Fuck. Aha. Trebuchet. Those things are also surprisingly like harmful. Dangerous. They do a lot of damage. I also think I got up here on this side last time. Oh, fuck. Perfect. Where we're going, we don't need roads. Oh, fuck. Those things will kill us, though. Hyenas. Where'd it go? Like combinations of lions and hyenas? I didn't realize they're like sawtooth tails. Oh fuck, you can get up here. I was looking for chests. Not a fight. Everything out here is like way higher level. Well, actually, we might be on par with him now. Everything out here was way higher level last time I was here. This area is really pretty, though. Wait, this doesn't turn into mist that kills me. No? Ewooks! Ewookies, I think is what I called them last time. Wookie walks. Be a cool thing to like mine out and live inside like a vertebrae. Make a pretty badass base. Nice evil lair. Yeah, I wonder if we can get across to that area we were trying to get to last time. Oh, that was down here. Oops. It says we're right above it. 70 meters. Yeah, location below. Oh, there it is. It's hard to miss. No loot. We've been split, ripped apart like a twin-headed eel. Discordance in our midst sunders our youngest from the Empyrean. A new chapter at last. I wish to protect the ephemeral flame, inspired by the hearthlights and fireflies of humankind. We will all shift and fall. At last, we stumble. What the fuck is that? That's it. Oh, that's badass. How do I get these? We put these in our base? Oh, I want these. In fact, I'm marking this. Well, I guess it's already marked. I wonder if I placed a like flame pillar there, if we could have then like taken those apart to have at our base. Kind of like the dirt road and stuff we did. So fun fact number 2, I was playing Baldur's Gate for 6.5 hours straight, currently running off fumes. Fun fact number 3, I've been playing this game for like 6.5 hours straight tonight. And I don't even know how many hours I have in it currently. Probably like 80? Uh-oh. Sounds like bad people. Fuck. Oh, good, they don't kill me. Fuck, 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 fuck. Throwing rocks and shit. Sirs. Fight with honor. He's gonna kill me. Okay. Come at me. Oh! Special attack. What am I at on playtime? Oh, fuck. It's probably just on my profile. We were just looking at that a second ago. 69 hours? Nice! Nice. Can't make this shit up. I haven't streamed all of that because some of it was me playing around with trying to figure out the server shit. And then I actually left that running for a while and tried to like see if I could load up Steam on another machine to connect to test it, and it wouldn't let me do that either. So not all of those 69 hours are actual playtime. A lot of it's been trying to figure out how to emulate a fucking Windows server in Linux, do a bunch of nerd shit, and also try to see if I could use a single Steam account to connect to all of it. We figured out part of the first thing, but the second thing, I think I do need like a friend or somebody to help me with. Oh, that looks like there'd be something cool there. Somewhere there is 8 hours unaccounted for, as I played 20 hours in the last 2 days. I mean, I'm not trying to just flex on saying that what you've been doing isn't awesome, but don't feel bad about it. I think that's cool as shit. Obviously, heavily biased in this regard. Fucking A, that hits so hard. Who did that? I'm just confused. Somebody's still shooting at me. Who's doing that, though? Oh, I see. All the way out here? I don't know where those came from. I mean, it could be just from, like, sitting at the menu or even the stuff I was just talking about, like, just having the game open while you weren't actually playing. Like, if I look at my amount of time for, like, Terraria and other stuff, like, it says I have way more time than I do, but a lot of that was because, like, there would be times where, even before running, like, server stuff, or same thing with Valheim, even before, like, doing that, I would localhost stuff and just, like, let it run overnight. Or, like, I'd be doing a bunch of crafting and just, like, let the shit run while I was doing laundry or housework and stuff. So even if the playtime does look insane, it's also slightly inflated. Do you think you figured it out? Was it that you actually just played that amount of time? So close. Fuck, can I not get up here? Character creation? Spent so many hours on character creation. I mean, that is one of the things that really intrigues me about it, is it seems like you can truly customize your person in a lot of ways. Which you should. I mean, it's fucking D&D, but I really want to play that game. I just know that I won't stop playing that game. That's why we haven't done it yet. Hopefully this doesn't kill me. It's cool looking. Join me in playing for 20 hours in 2 days. I may do that, but I'm also, with camping, this weekend. I've been trying to maximize the amount of stuff. That's why we're even doing a bunch of the personal quests and things here. Because one of the people I have been playing this with mentioned that they don't mind if I get ahead on some of the personal stuff since they probably aren't going to be able to play as much during the week. And I'm the opposite, whereas I can play during the week, but won't be able to play very much this weekend. And I feel like if I got Baldur's Gate, then I would just not want to go... Oh my god! Then I would just not want to go camping. And I definitely want to go camping. It's stuck. That's right. This isn't cheating. This is just effective, unknown, and unplanned use of game mechanics. Oh, we do want eggs, though. Fuck. Tired of deleting stuff. Oh, I don't want the bones, though. But playing for 20 hours in 2 days is definitely a doable thing, especially on a weekend, if I wasn't going to be driving for 7 or 8 hours instead. That's fair. I've been taking the past few days as mental health days, and Baldur's Gate is both helping and making it worse. It's weird. It's funny how video games do be like that, though. Especially some that have really in-depth and emotional investment and stuff on, like, storylines. Honestly, I felt the same way even playing Ori. I thought I was like, oh, I know people say Ori's challenging, but I've been playing so many games on, like, fucking hard mode and just grinding. Like, I want something chill and relaxing. That was actually a pretty emotionally, like, deep story that had me at the end feeling, especially the end of the first one, feeling like, I don't know, happy, but also kind of sad and emotionally drained. And then I went straight into the second one. Oh my god, these things hurt me so much! Also relentless. But I like that part of some games too. Haven't even gotten past the beginning of the game. Well, get good. No, I mean, but that's fun if you can lose yourself that much or get that immersed while still in the beginning. That's a sign of a good game. Is that a chest? Oh. Looks like a chest. Oh god, it's gonna hit me. Can it get to me here? Thankfully they don't spit fire. Oh god, it did hit me. Ah, and there's spiders. Well, we found the chest by getting smacked down here. Fire wisp. Making my mission to finally get into Act 2. How many acts are there? Should I even ask that? I don't want to know, actually. Oh my god. How the fuck did it get down there? Hacks! Way closer than I would have liked. We'll say there are at least 2 acts. That's no spoilers there. Ooh, that is red mist. There's also more than 1 act. I'd be surprised if there weren't, like, more than 3. actually decently surprised we didn't die there either. Because 2 is bigger than 1. THAN, Noel. Oh, fuck. It's level 23. That's nothing. My sword's also almost broken. Oh, shit, and we're taking damage over time. Fuck, we're gonna do it again. No, 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 no. Please don't kill me. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. I'm going to pretend that I know what that meant. The THAN, van, versus then. You know what that means. I've seen you do it correctly. Don't play yourself down. Oh my god. Fear not, I am unharmed. Jasmina. Oh, those are the sand crawlers. Why do they have little dots over them? Anyway, I don't normally sit down and just play a game for a while, so this is a nice experience. Just it's messing up my sleep schedule. Yeah, you are a little bit ahead. Or on that same note, location above. How the fuck am I supposed to get up there? You gotta be shitting me. There was a bed in here though, wasn't there? Yeah, right here. It's definitely not 5:42 a.m. Nope, it's definitely not 2:42 a.m. These things are not true. Seriously though, how the fuck am I supposed to get up there? I thought I was like done here. Totally didn't play until 9:30 a.m. last night. Well, I mean, what's putting in a few more hours gonna do? You could do it again tonight. Today? That tends to happen at 9 a.m. I'd be concerned if it didn't. I mean, even just last weekend when I was playing, we stayed up a bit too late a couple nights where we had the same problem. Oh, I see. We have to go around. No? Fuck. It's been years since I've stayed up so long to see the sun come up. Good games can do that. Good games and good company. Or good company in good games. Oh, fuck. Yeah, they really don't want you to get up that way. It's like straight up all around. Ooh, I think that might be doable. To be fair, I was playing Baldur's Gate with a good friend. Yeah, so good game, good company, and good company and a good game. It's a dangerous combo, but one of the best ones you can have, I feel like. Doing shit the game does not want us to do. Fuck yeah. Mountain cheese! Hopefully there aren't a bunch of bad guys. Or gals. Doesn't appear so. From this, I'd recommend Baldur's Gate 3. I just really messed up my sleep schedule again. It happens. I don't know what to get rid of, though. Guess we've already done that. And these are easy to find. Perhaps the flame had been tainted all its life, blinded by its own light. Perhaps it was us. Final flaw, lays too high above the rest, falls so deep, so devastating. It rivals the chasms of Starfall Kingdom, failure to rip us in two, divided in shambles, our young drowning in war, our old locked inside the stars. Miscalculation. Ash among starfire, after all. We must start anew. Treasures. Literally no fucking treasure here? Are you kidding me? How long it took me to get here? There's like no other things nearby. Minus that giant city. Wait, this is still the thing. Isn't this where it wants me to go? Yeah, it's saying reach the obelisk. Location reached. The fuck? What? Every time I fix it, I find a way to mess it up. Blame Larian. Blame Larian. Okay, I don't know why it's not letting me complete this quest. Because it says we're right fucking here. Show on map. That's this thing. Read the obelisk. That's this thing. Guess we could try logging out and logging back in. But to that same point, or to your point, I think it is late. So let's go raid a friend. Oh, looks like Spotty's on. Let's go raid Pizza Owl. All right. Well, thank you all for spending your afternoons, evenings, mornings, whatever time it is for you with me tonight. I really do appreciate it. I will be back on tomorrow. I might have to start as late as I did today, but I'm hoping I will be able to start earlier. I really do appreciate all the time and everything everybody spent with me. We are going to be going to Raid Spotty. They're doing lots of art. Looks like they actually have a pretty large group watching them do some pretty amazing 3D stuff right now. So please give them lots of love, and I will catch you all tomorrow. Night Noel, night Brown, night everybody else in chat.